auditors out there right now, and they target a lot of projects who raise money. And that is a bad, I think, perspective of how to like to think about Web3 building in kind of like our perspective, right? Because I think it's like build the right project, build the right structure in a way, and audits are there to help supplement. Um, because in Web2, like, look, all the companies that you use your products on, how many do you know get audited by a external security firm? So I think when we go adopt into more of the Web3 nature of things, we have to be prescriptive about what we've developed in Web2 and the best practices there, to kind of like bring it all together. But yeah, I mean, I have a very weird, controversial thought to this, but I always think audits don't provide any means of safety more than, you know, just having an open source, project being accessible to most people. But yeah, love to kind of hear what you guys think on this.
Yeah, I'd love to add on to that. Every major
Yeah, and I'd
protocol.
agree with you on that. You know, it doesn't nothing's going to provide foolproof safety. I mean, we've seen the biggest projects in the space have trouble, right? And they've been audited, like you said, by multiple firms. And so, you know, I think there is different data points as an individual, as a user on the blockchain that you need to kind of weigh. You know, one is what is my investment here, right? That I think the adage of don't use any money you're not willing to lose. It's something that you got to be careful with, right? Because again, to your point, Paul, you could have five different audits. You could be one of the biggest projects. You could have tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in TVL, and and it still gets hacked, right? And so, the data points I think are key. Understanding some of the things I look for, and this is, maybe some of the stuff that um, we're looking to build into the dot move object naming services. When I go to a contract, I look at, has it been audited? I look at who is the team. I look at what are some analytics around that. And what I mean is, when you go to look at a contract, it's not just potentially that you could lose money because a security hole, but it could be something malicious happening. There could be a front end attack where someone has switched the contract out, and now it's a contract that could potentially drain your tokens. It could be that you think it's an NFT minting contract, but it's really not. I've been in the space for a really long time, and so what I'll do, just being very risk adverse, is I'll go in, before I interact with the contract, I'll pull it up, I'll go into the block explorer, and I'll actually look at what it's doing. You know, if this is an NFT minting contract, is it actually minting NFTs? Are users' tokens being drained every time that they attach to that contract, right? And so I think that's where we kind of go back to the kind of the shared responsibility is there is many attack vectors. One, big one of those being a potential security flaw in the contract itself, but there's other areas too. And so I think, especially in the space now where money's involved, as a user, you need to do your DD, make sure that you're looking at the different aspects of the contract, different aspects of the team and the project, but then also kind of have the conviction to say to yourself, look, this is something that I'm really interested in doing. There's a potential risk. There's always going to be a potential risk.
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly always a risk with smart contracts like that. Um, but I think in order to onboard as many people as we possibly can, I'm not sure we can expect
Sorry,
people to
Montgomery, we're going to
continue
say something.
to. Yeah.
I saw you went off mute.
Can you can hear me, right?
Well, I
Yep,
Yeah,
we
can
can hear you,
hear
Mark.
you.
Okay. Okay. Cool. No.
yes, but
Interesting.
I think Sean, maybe you have a lag. I'm hearing, yeah, I'm hearing
Okay.
Foil.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Sorry, I got thrown off a little bit off track. I think when we talk about like these problems, I think obviously audits, it's the best solution we have right now. Because a couple more once overs on your codes is good. But every major protocol that has ever been hacked has been audited. Moving on to the other part of what you guys were talking about, like if we're onboarding or trying to onboard tons of people, if you want retail and not just the developer community, Like we cannot expect people to continue to essentially have to go into the block explorer to prove trust. Um, I mean, I know that's how we do it now. I think that's probably best practices, what you're talking about, Sean. Um, but I just don't see that being the future. I think we need to figure out a new way. And I think a lot of that comes from like when I'm deploying DeFi capital, um, most of the time I look for TVL and how long has this thing been live. The longer it's been live, the less risk. And that's how I kind of view it. But either way.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting because that paradigm, you know, if something is not a big enough honeypot, it's probably not going to get looked at too seriously by an attacker. So it also you also kind of get this, I guess, interesting dynamic where the bigger something is, the more likely it is to get hacked, but also the longer that it is big, the less likely, I guess, you have the Lindy effect there. But yeah, definitely agree with that as like a heuristic. But yeah, audits, you know, there's like a million different firms and so many contracts have been hacked even with audits, so it's definitely very hard to use that as a heuristic. But yeah, Lindy effect I think is definitely a good heuristic.
It's worked for me so far, deploying capital from a DeFi portfolio, professionally and personally. I'd probably recommend it.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me okay. It seems, sorry, I see Montgomery got off mute. I guess I can't hear, I don't know, maybe Twitter AMA issues here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you well. I can I
Yeah.
yeah we can I can ask some of the questions if you want, maybe to restart the Twitter.
Yeah, okay. I'll jump back in.
Cool, no worries. Um, yeah, I think it's kind of interesting that you know, this idea of having to worry about, you know, losing all your money or getting hurt hasn't really existed before, right? Like I guess previously you might be scared that your email might get hacked or, you know, might get leaked. But then again, you know, you only have access to your email, so you might just get spam or maybe your credit card info gets stolen. But you know, you can always change it. So this entire paradigm shift just makes this yeah, very different. I'm kind of curious whether it'll ever go away. Like, will we ever have a set of, you know, trusted things that we can all do and not worry about, you know, losing all of our money?
It'll it'll probably become from when there's like an MPC infrastructure on chain or like more. I don't really. I don't know the answer personally, but I think MPC solves it relatively okay right now. ZKs are promising, but I think you're like Web 2 was it's the web of information, right? And Web 3 is the web of value. And given that it's the web of value, I don't think this will ever go away. But I think there'll be standardized code over time that through open source initiatives from companies like ours, like yours, like a lot of ours here, uh, we'll be able to, you know, essentially reduce those attack vectors to a point where it's no longer a threat. But then there's update key questions. So, you know.
Yeah, and I think then you start to get the same kind of monopoly powers aggregating, you know, where again, it's going to hinder the innovation of new people coming in if you know, for whatever reason, AMM or credit protocol is the one that's trusted because it's been alive. I guess we're just kind of seeing that with Bitcoin and Ethereum, right? Even though they're not the best, technically they're the safest, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, yeah, because this Lindy effect just kind of acts as a gatekeeper to keep out new entrants that might have, you know, something that might actually really work and make everyone's lives easier. I guess these new high throughput chains are a good example of it.
Um,
Yeah, go ahead. And I think VJ, you also had your hand raised, so community definitely open for the community to come up and ask questions. So yeah, go ahead, VJ.
Hey, GM. Yes, I believe, balancing innovation with user safety is the most important concern. And am I audible? Like,
Yeah, we can hear you.
okay, perfect. So, generally, I have raised these questions to, like, Quantum is doing an amazing job. Like Pontem is doing an amazing job, right? But for user safety, like we see many of the like scam websites, and we see that you can claim these tokens and all, right? So I think at the point of view, at wallet point of view, there should be some safety measures which I think which can be taken. Like suppose let's XYZ website says that you could claim your Aptos tokens, or you could claim their Sui tokens, right? So what exactly I believe that if number of users report to the wallet, right, that website could be directly blocked at wallet's end, right? So I think like you've been innovating so many good things, right? I've been user of Quantum, right? It's been a long time, right? And I'm loving this user interface and every single thing. But I have raised these questions on multiple occasions from all the builders in ecosystem as well. And I truly believe that this particular thing should be adopted. Like ambassadors are there, the number of people, volunteers are there who come up and talk to the builders that this particular scam is going on. So I personally believe that the moment these things are these concerns are taken on a priority basis for the user safety, and what else could be done that these particular website could be blocked for the user safety. Once it is done, I think users, right, would not get scammed, and that would be the best part what we can do exactly for their safety. Yes, education is important, but sometimes apart from education, right, you've been educating the Movecon, right? The education part is very important. I've been in the space yesterday for a long time, right? From the beginning to end, and it was very very much informative. Education is important, but apart from this, getting these things done at the wallets end or from builders end, I think that could be a good idea, that where users could get safe. This is what I believe, like.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. So I first of all I want to thank you, VJ, for the question, because this is something here at Sweet Name Service we've been thinking about a lot. And I couldn't agree with you more. One of the things that we built when we looked at the name services in general was that today name services are really represented primarily for users. Now I know any company can come and get their .eth name and whatever name from different L1 blockchains. We certainly have that with the .sui service. It allows you to point to a wallet ID and represent yourself. But exactly what you're talking about in terms of helping keeping users safe is one of the areas we've been really working hard from an innovation perspective. And so, what we've built and we're continuing to build right now is the .move object naming service. What that allows you to do is really at the time of interaction with a contract, we've integrated into all of the wallets in the Sui ecosystem. And so just like the .sui name or .eth name points to a wallet ID, the .move object naming service points to contracts or objects on the Sui blockchain. And so what does that mean? So you go to a contract, right? You go to a website, you're going to mint an NFT. And by the way, I've asked so many people, when you go to a website and mint an NFT, like what due diligence do you do? And I have to say it's a lot of people don't. I mean, I've even talked to employees at the audit companies, and I'm like, hey, when you mint an NFT, do you actually go and like look if the contract's been audited? And they're like, no, I just degen in, I just mint it right away, right? And I think part of that is the challenge of it's quite cumbersome. Like when you go to a website and you want to mint an NFT or even swap a token, whatever it is, actually finding the audit is quite difficult. Like either the website has posted it, you have to go to the Discord or the Twitter. You have to ask someone. You have to know who the security firm is to see if it's been audited. And so what we've done with the .move service is a number of areas. Now, again, nothing is going to be 100% foolproof, but I think the more information that you have that you can give to a user will help enable them. And so to your point, VJ, what we've built is you go to the website to mint an NFT. Now that wallet pops up. And so we have integration with the wallet providers directly inside of the UI where, number one, if let's say you're at, Sui Scorpions, just a example of an NFT company, right? You know that if they actually own this contract, when the wallet pops up, you'll see Sui Scorpions.move, right? Because they've registered their .move name. It actually points to the contract that they own. And so this will help with, front end attacks. Did somebody hack the website and actually switch the contract to something that's going to drain your token? Or maybe there's a rogue employee that actually has come in and they've switched the contract to drain tokens. But there's also other data sets, right? There's, now that they've registered this .move name that points to their contract, what about the team? Did they verify, if they're an anon team, did they verify their Twitter? Did they verify their website? If they're a docs team, did they do a KYC or attestation? And so now you as a user at least get a path right at the time of mint to say, okay, I know Sweet Scorpions owns this contract. They have the .move registration. I know that the team is docs. They've done KYC. And then as I was alluding to earlier, you can actually look at a contract and see what it's doing. Just look at the transactions. Like, hey, is this contract actually minting NFTs? Is every wallet that actually connects to the contract losing its tokens? And then finally, it's the audit, right? Having a streamlined approach to say, like, right, and this will hopefully get the degens that are minting NFTs to maybe change their behavior. But when the wallet pops up and they can actually click the profile of the contract, they see the .move profile. Is the contract actually audited? And when was the contract audited? And has there been some kind of a change since that occurred? So I think, VJ, we definitely see eye to eye in that respect. I know that some of the wallets as well. To your point, I think you were talking about kind of the crowdsourcing. Like, why can't we have crowdsourcing where if other people are seeing this contract and it's bad, maybe they flag it? And so we've definitely seen wallet providers do that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for answering my question, right? And I believe that. Thank you so much, Pontem team, right, for allowing me to be a speaker over here and to speak of what I think about for user safety. And yes, Sui name service, right? You've been doing an amazing job. I've seen later, right, with Miston Labs and all, right? So you've been doing an amazing job. And yes, I believe that we should come up more with indulging with the community and educating them. That's what every builder is doing, right? And then apart from being educating them, coming up with some good ideas where we can come up with user safety, that would be the best idea. So yes, keep building and keep building good stuff, right? I appreciate that you've been doing an amazing job for the ecosystem.
And I see we had a question from Shamrock. I saw your hand raised. Able Finance will get to you next.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello Pontem, and hello all the speakers. Well, actually, my question been at least partly covered, so I have some, statement because most of the cases we discuss here are actually working in like perfect conditions, where users are educated enough not to like 100% degen in something, and the projects have, all these frequently asked questions, all the manuals, like where to click, where not to click, and the situation where you actually have the most, expensive thing we all, forget about, it's our time. And there is not always we have like perfect conditions and perfect timing to explore the contract, dig deep into the website and the project, especially like let's say the name services. I'm pretty sure that everyone wants to mint as fast as possible, to mint something like, Elon Musk sui or something like that, and people will degen into stuff like this to have some, precious name and some rare stuff. And there possibly will be, many possibilities for scammers to actually, use this situation in their like for them to succeed, not to the project. So actually, what do you to bring it to the question, what do you think? How it is really possible to make this balance? To explain the degens not to actually degen into, and how you think people must have the time to actually to make their own research before they click that button, maintain button or connection wallet button.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly an interesting question. Um, I think the way I look at it is ultimately, at the end of the day, the entire responsibility for your crypto or your money or however you view this is on you. And it's your job to mitigate risks um, in any way possible. Like for an NFT mint, you should be using a hot wallet just in case you do connect to a bad contract if you are degenning, so you don't like lose like a majority of your money. I think that's standard practice amongst like NFT degen minters. And then for DeFi, you probably shouldn't be going all in. I mean, it is at the end of the day on the end user, like as a responsibility for your own money. And we can do everything as a protocol from our side to build the best product, the best code, get audits, and then also set up an insurance fund as a DeFi protocol. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, it's still, we have very little protections in this space and everything. And the chances of you getting your money back from a hacker are probably pretty low. So,
Yeah, unless you're wormhole, right? So,
well, yeah, well, yeah, well,
but no, I mean, touching on that, I mean, even in DeFi space, you know, even like even the CeFi area has been, as of late, been pretty tumultuous. So, there's no guarantees, right? Like, no one thought that FTX would be, falling apart that way, and a lot of folks put a lot of trust in, Web2 and fully docs founders and well funded, backed by tier one VCs. Like, I think the walk away here is that, like, you know everyone has to have some level of responsibility, um, and it's not always on the project to protect users, because I think that implicit, like, trust breeds bad actors, right? And I think it sets up the community in a way where things will fall apart a little bit further. And this is a delicate balancing act, and I'd love to see what, like, Alejo thinks about this too, because we're always talking about regulation, but there's a certain element of maturity that happens when regulatory bodies come in and provide some sort of guardrails, at least, to provide public trust or consumer confidence. And I do fundamentally believe that in the next couple years, in order to have mainstream adoption, I'm not talking about like the current community here, and all the folks that are building here, but I'm talking about in the next like 10 years, like, how do we get the bulk of the people to come over? And I think it's going to have some sort of acceleration on the regulatory front. And I think this year is going to be pretty telling. I think this year is going to show a lot of good examples of what happens when there's fraud, or when there's discerning minds that aren't really behaving in the best interest of their users. But yeah, Leo, love to kind of think and hear about what you think about the regulatory environment and what that means for crypto, especially for smaller projects.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think going after the most egregious frauds is a great way to disincentivize folks from obviously doing kind of like the low hanging fruit. There's very obvious things that are definitely frauds or rug pulls, and making sure that we are going regulation does cover that and protect users to a certain level. Given that it's very global, it's kind of hard to nail down a specific jurisdiction. I think with FTX also, even larger frauds are hopefully going to be disincentivized, given kind of like all the trouble that Sam is now in. I think the only drawback is that if we put in place things that are a little bit too restrictive, or not too well thought out, and now they're yeah, part of the law and inscribed in paper, it's going to be really hard to kind of go back So yeah, I think we really need people that are thoughtful and really understand this, that are making these laws, and maybe even at the SEC making some enforcements, to really just be mindful and thoughtful of why we're here. We're really all trying to build something that's better, and there are really good people here that want to build stuff that's better, and we also need protections. We need, we pay our taxes, and part of that is to be protected from things like frauds and scams. So yeah, I think it's super interesting, and hopefully does help a little bit.
I'll tell you though, man, it really scares me because I agree with you wholeheartedly. But what concerns me greatly is that the folks that will be making those decisions around regulations may not be aware of the impact, may not be aware or thoughtful about how they can protect consumers, but at the same time enable innovation, right? And so, and we've seen this before, but it's like, they get this bad actor and then they go way past what they need to in terms of regulation, right? And that just freaks the hell out of me because it's like, oh, now they have a reason to come in here and just tamp everything down, right?
100% agree, especially since sorry for following up, but especially since like it's a bible of web3 spaces, like use burner wallet, always check what you click and something like that, yeah, like basic rules. And still people fall into scams, and this is something like those regulators always will have an opportunity to use to actually block something, or yeah. So I am on totally on this side with you. So I really afraid of those regulations pretty much.
I'll give one example where I think regulatory clarity would be nice is around stablecoins, and the big elephant in the room is Tether, where nobody, there's like assumptions that maybe they're fully backed or maybe not, or maybe it's backed by maybe bad debt or corporate bonds that may not be good anymore, especially after the drawback in crypto. So if there was some clear regulation around, hey, these are the requirements to have one-to-one back, I think that's definitely a first step that's going to protect a lot of users, because the algorithmic stuff, that's more so game theory, and it's kind of hard to say like, yes, this makes sense, this will exist. But something that's one-to-one back with real world assets, I think that should hopefully be a good first step to protect users. um, yeah, I see some hands up, so I also want to give some folks in the audience a chance to speak. Vibes and Abel, you guys want to go up?
Yeah, commenting back, sorry, guys, but commenting back on what the speaker on foil said, and also Sui names, and also Pika. Well, there is an issue, a clearly issue when it comes to balancing innovation. And I'm commenting also on the title comment. There is a clear issue when it comes to innovation and safety, user safety, that it is mostly a race. It is a race between the projects. The projects are trying to innovate. With all innovations in DeFi, we are seeing that we have more secure than DeFi than it was in the past when it comes to price, when it comes to stopping the clearly arbitrage that was happening in the past. But right now, it is still happening, maybe more sophisticated for the algorithmic traders. And we are seeing it when it comes to the user's perspective. It is based mostly on information, education, like BJ said. It is most of the users that are degenerate are not being aware or are not being doing their own research when it comes to with what platform they are interacting. Like the full speaker said, they don't know. Probably they don't know if the platform is outed. They don't know how the contract works. They are mostly interacted by inertia sometimes, just because they probably think or know that it works. But uh, this is creating, obviously, there is a point of failure when it comes to money. There is a clear point of failure that it is not only on the technical side, it is also on the human side. For example, we are seeing in the past that sometimes some users, and we saw it in FTX, that one of the members of FTX hacked their own platform for financial gain. That could easily happen on also DeFi. There is multiple points of failure, and this is not saying that it's not safe. It's just saying that when with innovation also comes a risk, and not only on the user side, also on the projects. And even though innovation is mostly to try to limit risks, we are seeing that is not something that is at the moment achievable by just through effort. That's why there is no, let's say, if a robber takes your money from the bank in, for example, in America has up to $200,000 that they can report on your money. And that is doesn't exist on DeFi. There is no regulation, and because of this, it is difficult to say that user safety is truly truly something that is safe, because there are so many points of failure right now that are still not completely addressed. Uh, so that is my issue when it comes. Yes, us like for a project in Edo Finance, we can do the most when it comes to security by auditing the contract, by open sourcing the contract to see if there is any point of failure. But at the end, it is mostly a risk. DeFi is still a risk because there is no, let's say, there is no sure future. Tomorrow, let's say, if quantum computing is available for the masses, someone with a quantum computer could easily find a point of failure that nobody has thought at the moment. We are seeing it that in the past, I believe it was not as long ago, maybe 1 month, someone was using ChatGPT to create code malware to attack institutions. We're seeing that scammers are getting more and more intelligent. They are not doing the old scams like in the past. Wallet drainers are more sophisticated than when I enter DeFi, when I enter NFT communities. So balancing innovation with user safety, it is a race. It is a race, and a race against the innovation itself.
Yeah, Vibes, go ahead. No need to raise your hand if you want to speak up.
Yeah, thanks, Swanton, for having us here, and hello, everybody. Hi to all the friends in the crowd. Um, I kind of wanted to just hop on and kind of give a perspective as like an auditing company ourselves. Our Sec3 is a research and security company. We do audits for EVM, Rust, and now Move-based ecosystems. We've been doing a lot of research into Aptos Move and also Sweet Move as well. And then so, listening to this conversation is it's very interesting to me, and I kind of want to give it the perspective of how we as a security company think about what auditing means and what security means. And I think I really want to applaud everybody and say that, like, we understand that getting a full audit is like a very expensive thing, and so that's why us as a security company really tries to provide a holistic approach to security, basically meaning that we want to provide tools and support for developers to have security services at pretty much the whole development cycle, right? Because I think security is not something that you do one day, and then you kind of feel like, oh yeah, okay, we did the audit and now we're good, right? Because software is the kind of thing where you're iterating all the time. You're always trying to provide real value to your users. You're building things and you're iterating. So it really kind of has to be a habit, both for the developers and for the users. And this is just something that, like, what we try to do is provide as many tools as possible, so that you guys can kind of go in there and feel comfortable while you're in the development experience and while you're in the user experience, right? So what I mean by that is, like, we've been kind of building tools such as like the X-Ray, which is a static analysis tool, which allows developers to kind of plug in their GitHub account or upload their source code. And as you're iterating through the development process, find the vulnerabilities that are known, find the easy to pick bugs, and be able to kind of have that sense of security where you're like, these are like the well documented bugs. We really shouldn't be tripping over these things, and then you can kind of move along. And then when you do get to the process of having the full audit, it's much easier for both you guys and for the auditors themselves, because they've already went through all the simple to find bugs. So this is kind of like during the pre-deployment phase. This is kind of what you need to be thinking about when you're doing development, because you don't want to be putting a code out there that's kind of already a well-known code, bug code, right? So after that, we obviously have to launch audit. We understand that this is an expensive thing for people to get, and then so we try to provide other tools as well post deployment, where you can kind of monitor your smart contracts and kind of look at what's happening with your smart contract and the ways that people are interacting with it, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is we provide like a holistic approach to security, and I think both users, developers really kind of need to think about security as like a practice more than just like a one and done sort of thing, right? And we try to elevate the knowledge of the community by building other tools such as like websites that tells when contracts are being upgraded, when there's like large transactions, whether programs are immutable or not, and whether there's like abnormal transactions on large smart contracts. Because I think one of the things that people really don't think about is how often these contracts are upgraded. And then so you might think that, hey, like this project is audited, but they've already upgraded their contract 30 more times, and now that's a totally different contract, right? So what we're really trying to do at Sec3 is to really empower both the developers and the users with different tools, different type of products that they can use at all stages of the product cycle. And this way everyone is more informed about making the type of decisions that they want to make.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, sorry, go ahead before.
Yeah, I was gonna say also, like, if you notice from the EVM side or Solana side, there tends to be, like, for communities that are a little bit more mature than we currently are right now, there tends to be quite a bit of open source tech, so you can basically automate looking for standard vulnerabilities. And I'm sure that will eventually be the case on Aptos and Sui.
Is that something that you think is scalable for users? Like if some tool, for example, you want to go in and use a contract that's never been used before, is entirely new, is maybe from like a smaller project. You think something like this could be popular, where someone just goes in and kind of like puts the code in, or puts the GitHub, or maybe puts just the address of the contract, and then can be checked?
Yeah, 100%. So I actually talked to this company that was raising from Brevin Howard. They're doing an automated suite of tools for the EVM space right now, where they're going to allow you to essentially like run all the vulnerabilities from your code in an automated way, like the audit firms kind of do right now. Like that's part of their process, besides a manual review. But eventually they'll just be using it as like a bug bounty system as well, where they start to like look at all the bytecode and translating that, and then auditing it, and then reporting vulnerabilities. So I'm sure, like with them coming out with it, if they're doing it, I'm sure there's someone else doing it. So in some fashion, so I'm sure it'll move over eventually.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add one thing I forgot. Like for the new watchtower system that we're building, one of the things that we really try to do is also apply new technologies to kind of like how we look at the lens, how we look at security, right? And one of the things that we've been doing is applying machine learning to smart contracts and kind of looking through historical transactions, and to kind of figure out like a pattern of behavior, like what's normal for a smart contract. And this way, without much input from users, from project operators, they can kind of just go in and set up an alert, and you can train the machine learning algorithm to figure out which ones are malicious transactions versus which ones are not, right? So I think it's really important for us to continue incorporating new technologies, and thinking about like what are the things that developers or users are really care about, and what type of interactions are normal versus which ones are not. And then really to continue to build with the community, especially the developers, on figuring out, like how what kind of things are you guys worried about, and how can we help you solve that?
Is nobody speaking or everything been rugged?
No, I'm here. I think maybe no questions, or Sui, Shauna, I guess. I can go through some of the other questions, and apologies for being in and out. I'm setting up the in-person panel coming up, but yeah, kind of curious to hear, maybe bringing it back to Move. Are there any benefits to building with Move that potentially can make people's lives a little bit easier? So whether it's around upgrading, maybe it's around maybe like decompiling the code, so even if it is closed source, you can still like take a look at what's going on. Maybe asking Vibes from a security perspective. Kind of curious to hear like what advantages Move has there, that for end users, right? If the responsibility is on them, what can they look into, or maybe some tooling that can be built around it? Around some of the closed source stuff is kind of interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe not on Ethereum.
Unfortunately, I'm not a developer, so I can't speak too much on like the technical aspects. A bunch of the research the team is doing right now is revolved around really automating the process of finding like these known vulnerabilities. I actually got to hop off because I'm heading towards where you are at right now, Pontum. So I really appreciate the chance to come up and speak. But maybe one of the other speakers can kind of give their thoughts on the more the differences between EVM and Move.
Yeah, definitely. Any engineers would love to hear your perspective on it.
Bro, I am not an engineer, but I can say this on the last thing you said, is that the responsibility, it doesn't always end, doesn't always go to the end user. It is both. It is both of the project, and also, well, if the project is run by decent people and not some bad actor that is obviously trying to scam anyone, but is a shared responsibility that the project has to do their best when it comes to security. But like I said before, it is something very delicate because it is not only on the technical aspect, it is also on the human perspective, because the human factor is the one who has who is the most the one that has been most scammed so far in crypto. We are seeing it with these let's say email messages coming from us, acting like you're part of a project and getting the password, sometimes getting information, private information from the users. So the human side is the one who has been more damaged when it comes to scams, if I am truly be honest, because some of these scams maybe are not so big like one who suffer, but they accumulate, and over the past few years, we are seeing that small scams has done, like, if I am not mistaken, about 800 millions in the past 2 years in a small, little scam that are directed to users, and not in a technical way, but in a human way, telling them to click on links, telling them, yeah, basically this. It is when it comes to user safety, yeah, it is difficult, man. It is truly difficult to reach a point of where it is not a risk for users. And this is not on crypto. This is in the whole economic sphere. We are seeing it also on banks and in centralized finance, in traditional finance like banks. We are seeing these famous cases of Indian call centers and Russian call centers and European call centers where they are calling people from different countries, uh, usually older on the older side, and taking advantage. It is the human side. It is a delicate if they don't have information or they truly don't know when it comes to DeFi and also traditional finance.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that, Abel. So we're getting close to the top of the hour here. I think we have time for one more question. Shamrock, I see your hand is raised. Let's hit that, and then we'll call the spaces.
Yeah, thanks. It's not about question. I actually 100% agree with Able Finance on the human factors situation. I'll try to be very fast. The main issue is everyone trying to speak about, most technical stuff like smart contracts and other, security instruments. But yeah, we always forget about human factor. This is the main issue where all the scams actually really happen. And one of the key issues I see here is all the process, all the all the stuff which happens is really being speed up. Like everyone trying to launch everything fast, or dropping some limited edition collections like like 111 or something like that. And people, of course, they degen into this. Even the most secure and cautious people. I know so many people who has burner wallets set up, like many burners, and they still when something going really fast, they just jump about everything, and they being scammed. So my actually maybe advice or something like that will be to make everything slow down a little bit, make it more smooth, so people will have a possibility to actually read what they trying to sign with their wallet, or they will have time prior to investigate something like that. Because when things really speed up, you have no time, even if you're 99.9% secure person.
Yeah, 100%. And
No, I think that's
oh, sorry. Just some final thoughts there, and 100% agree that this isn't even a smart contract or code issue. It's also economic attack vectors, and that stands outside of crypto. Even if we think of the 2008 financial crisis or any other economic explosion, and that's definitely crypto's definitely has its share of those. That's a very interesting thought to leave the audience with, right? Maybe at the end of the day, it's not even code. It's just the economic attack vectors. And yeah, sorry, Sean. Just a quick announcement. So I know the next session it starts at 11, but it's here in person, so we need to do a little bit of setup. It's probably going to take about 10-15 minutes. Would love folks here, that are digital, maybe VJ, Steve, that are in the audience. Maybe talk a little bit about what's going on in Aptos. I'm kind of curious about the Forevermores, D-Rug, maybe some other cool stuff that's going on. Yeah, if you guys want to keep the conversation going for 10-15 minutes, gonna need to set up here in person. But yeah, really appreciate everyone for coming in, all the speakers, all the audience members that jumped in as well and speak as well. So thank you, everyone, and yeah, see you again soon.
Thanks for having us, guys.
Also, commenting something before we go. Something that Sharon said. Also, using how Suriname services is doing about the contracts. Yeah, for example, Fontaine Wallet integrating, or let's say having the contract a positive mark as check mark or something. Let's say, for example, like Suriname is doing, having a Suriname perspective code when the transaction is done. It will give a little bit more security for the user, knowing that contract, it has been, let's say, checkmarked by Fontaine Wallet, meaning that is a layer of extra security and easier security for the users because it's easily seen when they are clicking on confirming the transaction.
Agree there. There's also some third-party registries that we'll be integrating, so even like new websites that get reported, they'll be flagged. There's drawbacks to that though, like the governance around that. But yeah, Steve, I made you co-host. Really enjoyed your commentary yesterday. Feel free to hop in and just drive any conversation you want for the next 10 15 minutes while we set up. If anybody out there knows anything about Forevermore's, I'm curious. Would love to hear more about that. What's going on there?
Well, not that much I know, but yeah, from what we know, it's all the founders been revealed not long time ago. It's Dima Cash, it's Got Shiba, and they have Zero from Brothers as the advisor. From the latest news, remint will be mid-March, so it will be something like burn to mint. Those who actually hold their old Nevermore's art, they will have to burn their existing NFTs and will get the new ones on the new contract. This is what I know. Maybe VJ got some more information and can follow up on this topic. Well, seems not. Maybe he's busy. Well, my personal thoughts on Forevermore's. Well, actually, this project before even when it started and before the actual rug, my personal impressions, it was amazing. I mean, amazing art. Really, these Victorian style, those like Matt Krause, and yeah, all the trades were absolutely amazing. And it was so sad when the project really appeared rug pull. And I can compare this sadness only with the happiness having right now when the project actually being derugged. And it's like a first officially derugging projects with with this with these kind of mm, impact. Let's name it like this. Uh, they have pretty experienced founders, and yeah, I think it's not that will be a big deal to build a good community around the project as well, because yeah, art is dope, and people who rule this project really knows what to do with it. This is just my personal thoughts. It's not an financial advice. Always do your own research, but yeah, just my personal thoughts. Maybe anyone can, jump onto this topic or maybe have something
No,
different.
no, I totally agree with you, Charo. I totally agree with you. In fact, I was one of the minters of the original collection. And to be honest, I was kind of sad when they wrote because until that point, in my opinion, they were the best art in Aptos. After, let's say, Maverick, in my opinion, right now is the best art. But yeah, until that point, they were the best. But The Rock was sad, to be honest. And seeing that the community effort for Gochiba, Dima, and also Zero, they are trying to recover this collection that it was on the mind of the OGs, was one of the OG collections because they were, if I remember clearly, they were back in July, active in July and August of the 2022. And it was pretty sad that one of the OG collections went that way. But I am truly happy, just like Shanro said, seeing that they are trying to recover this collection, giving it some life, some real utility. Even Zero, I believe Zero is spending his own money and time developing for this and giving it utility. So yeah, it is pretty good. I believe that they are probably not gonna be one of the top sounding collections, but they are all gonna be part of, let's say, the community, mostly because of the way they are implementing the meme, meaning that you have to burn one forevermore to get one. Sorry, one nevermore to get one forevermore, and that is pretty neat, making it a way so other nevermores are taken out of the market and stop the run completely.
Yeah, 100% agree. And yeah, actually, it will bring some new or some different experience for for their community and for everyone, like enthusiasts, DJs, and whatever. Well, as for the art perspective, I think it's more like subjective. I mean, the topic which art is like best or worst, because I am personally into art itself. So I think all the art is actually art, not the better or like worse. Well, actually, I see Zero in audience, and I wish him to actually jump in and to maybe say something about Forevermore. We are not covered yet. Hello, Zero. Very happy to see you.
What's good, my boys?
Hello, hello. So tell us something about Forevermore. We actually covered a little bit, just that founder's been revealed and it will be burned to mint and it will be like mid-March. Well, maybe you have some alpha to drop or something like that.
Okay, I'll kind of explain the mint process, and it's not just burn to mint. We haven't actually talked about this, but I'll drop it here. Um, so we all know Nevermore's rugged, and the art's really cool, but sucks that it rugged. But it's not. I don't think it's good enough to just like migrate to a new collection, and then it's just all right. Let's hang out in the Discord until like it's no longer fun anymore. Um, so the burn to mint is gonna happen in a few phases. So the initial launch, um, you'll be able to burn to mint, but you'll get a special attribute that you burned it for the first phase, and then those forevermores will get more benefits than the other ones. Um, and there will be some like hype dynamic is like if nobody burns it in like 24 hours, it closes forever until we open it again, and then we'll have a second wave, and those will get less rewards and things like that. So there's going to be like a little gamification and like hype mechanics for the mint. It's just so people need things to have fun with. That's what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, actually, I have something to ask to follow up this topic. You say that like the first wave of burners will have some more benefits or some like more utilities. What utilities we can actually expect? Because mostly it's everywhere like some boring utilities like those stakings or some alpha calls and everything we have like kind of everywhere. So I'm very curious. Maybe maybe you will drop something like what we can expect if we will burn for the first like let's say 24 hours. Very curious.
The best utility is having an attribute that nobody else has. Um, that's what you'll get at first. I don't want to release or talk about what else is coming
100%.
because that's the only thing people care about. My Forevermore is rarer than yours, and I'm gonna price it up. But there are more other things, but I just don't want to talk about it yet till it's more what's it called, stable. We're still working on ideas and stuff.
Okay, gotcha. So, to be clear for the audience, so we will have exactly the same art. Yeah. So, like, I have one Nevermore, and after burn, I will have exactly the same, but with some upgrades, like with this, let's say, tier or this, like, unique mark or something like a unique trait, right?
Yep, you'll get an extra attribute that will that will drive kind of the forevermore ecosystem, by kind of like separating who was there in the beginning versus who came later.
Okay, gotcha. So actually, the rarities will stay the same also. also for the trades, or it will be changed? I mean, like we in Topaz, we can see actual rarity right now. So and many people like degent into some extra rare Nevermores to have those as well extra rare when the remint D-Rock will happen.
The trait rarities will be the same, but the extra attribute will be like, oh, I want the flock one NFTs because it's like gonna bring more stuff. But we'll keep the trait rarities the same.
Okay, gotcha. But like, let's say if one common, like one of the most common NFTs will be burned, and we'll have one of those like first phase attributes, it may appear like way more rare than like, let's say top 100 rank, but never burned from first, like first, second, and third phase. How many it will be? Am I understand correct?
Yeah, and it's up to the market to decide if it's valuable or not. Like, I don't know if it'll work, but that's what we're gonna try.
Let's go. I absolutely love this system. And yeah, got Shiba jump into one of the founders of Forevermores.
Yeah, hello guys. I'm a CEO of Forevermores, and I heard that you talking about the utilities we bring up to the Aptos ecosystem, and I wanna mention some point. Like, we are closely working with our team, with our devs, and one thing we expecting like from our devs is it's like it sounds like we get some new opportunity and utility to break this echo with existing like utilities what we have right now. It sounds like I I don't want to tease in much, but you, all of you guys, you know this. Like, we have a coin market cap for cryptocurrencies where we can find any information of any coin, and yeah, guys, we just providing this stuff for Aptos NFT ecosystem. Just like sounds like. If you want find something for your collection, or you expecting from different NFT collection, upcoming NFT collection, and existing NFT collection, you will find on the platform. Like, I I don't want to tease them much, but yeah, we're working hard, and we will focusing to bring some stuff, some cool stuff to this echo, and 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 one point more you want to expect from us, just like uh, no one can tell you about the real power of any utilities or any plans for upcoming futures to mention the NFT collection, because if you spoiling too much, there will you lose, and it's like um, we working with Zero, who have no expectation for Bra Bears. Just like I'm I'm not hating the Bra Bears, but it the point of view you want to. Yeah, just like it's our plan and our goal to build some stuff without expectation, and the other stuff we can prepare for you.
Oh, Kajiba, you good, bro?
Yeah, bro, I'm literally good, because yeah, bro, I'm good.
So yeah, so basically, what you say to summarize, it's like under promise and over deliver if possible. But yeah, lower expectations, and yeah, just to build, even like if it will be 100% just behind the scenes, like no hype, no marketing or something like that. But we can actually expect that you're gonna build for 100%. Yeah.
So before I go, any question for me like a CEO or Forevermore, or I will rock the space.
When are you going to the Rock Glitch Labs, bro?
I'm not a part of the team, and I haven't any information about the collection you mentioned.
Yeah, what's a glitch lab?
You know, bro.
Guys, I want to remind you that this is Movecon spaces, not our just regular spaces.
Feel free to make it.
So if you have no questions, like I will leave because I have the URL market, URL live marketing for Forevermore, and I have some in real life. And yeah, guys. So I hope you're doing great, and see you soon. And thanks Pontem for having me, just like a CEO of Forevermore, and thanks Zero for providing any information for Forevermore. I love you, and I love you guys, just like Shamrock, VJ, and friend who's sitting around the Apple Finance. And I love the Pontem so much. So thanks guys for this space.
Love you too, bro.
Thank you, Shiba, for your time, and yeah, thanks for providing us some information. Have a good one.
Hey everyone, we'll be getting started with the next panel in about 5-10 minutes. Really appreciate everyone here for keeping the conversation going. Zero for jumping on as co-host. Altero, this door. Altero, maybe, yeah, maybe if someone wants to throw in some questions to be a topic. Yeah, maybe kind of curious to hear maybe in a meta level what you guys think about conferences. I don't know if folks have gone to any recent ones, and there's definitely been a lot of talk about maybe ETH Denver becoming more commercialized as opposed to more knowledgeable. But yeah, kind of curious to throw that out there as a topic. And yeah, we'll be getting started here shortly.
Zero got something to say?
I mean, it's just in a okay. This is a weird opinion, but like, for any blockchain to go mainstream, unfortunately, they have to kind of abandon the super like small degen communities to go mainstream, and it's gonna kind of feel bad because these like little communities won't be part of the like expansion to like, bro, if Starbucks is going on Polygon, bro, they're not gonna care about the guy who buys one NFT on OpenSea. So it just comes with the space. If it grows big enough, there's gonna be like dilution and like the people who are grinding in the beginning, and that's just kind of how any industry works out. And but we get to see it real time for the first time. Like the old industries used to do this, but we get to actually see it in real time happening, and I think that's what's psyching people out. Um, but yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately.
Well, actually, not to really follow up, but speaking about those like conferences and something like that, I'm pretty sure it's a must, and we can't avoid to have those. And like for example, the current one we have in Twitter Spaces, this Movecon, is really must because people like have. From different projects have an opportunity to raise some concerns or discuss some, some really must questions. And even since we are limited with the time here, we still have building some connections and like attracting the audience and such. As for problem like with the underground and mainstream, let's call it like this, because I'm I'm like an old school raver and I know how it happens when underground goes to mainstream. it's always will be like this. It's like an endless cycle. So the first thing I think is a must is to change a little bit the mindset. Like there is no underground and there is no mainstream. Like everything is one ecosystem, and there always will be people who like to have some like smaller community, and the people who like big stages like these huge festivals and something like that. And there always be something like Americans very love to and proud of. It's like middle class or something like that. And we build in the ecosystem. Like even Aptos is kind of underground in a whole the blockchain, ecosystem. And all the blockchain ecosystem is kind of underground still with, overall financial, even since we have like insane trading volumes and something like that, we are still like very, very early. Because if we compare all the crypto markets to like stock markets, we have like 20 times difference if we speak about like years, because stock market been like 200 plus years ago, and crypto market is like 10 plus years. So yeah, but it's all about like spiral, like cycling, in my opinion. I think I confused everyone. Yeah.
No, bro, you're totally right. But at the same time, there is a division because right now we're seeing the division is clearly users that are small, let's say, reach, they have a small reach for communities, let's say, not communities, but small reach when it comes to other people. And then in everything that produce or generates money, it is have an economic incentive for a big company to get in. That big company has a bigger reach that, let's say, let's put an NFT community, no? Because that company, let's say Starbucks, like Siri just mentioned, that company Starbucks has a bigger reach that in Solana it has, let's say, SMB. So even though Starbucks is obviously on Polygon, but why it is a measure of the reach that everyone has, because Starbucks has a bigger reach, and a lot of people who has never heard of SMB on Solana, they are gonna go now to, let's say, if Starbucks were going to Solana, they're going to go now to Solana without knowing anything about the whole community aspect, the whole, let's say, background of the Solana network. They are gonna get, let's say, the OGs or the people who has been in the past are gonna get a little bit sweat by this new wave of users that are mostly there because of a big company that has a bigger reach that it could have any NFT project, and this is happening clearly in every blockchain, mostly because there is an economic incentive for big companies to get into the blockchain, because they are seeing that this another way to generate profit for them. A
Hey
lot of
everyone,
people is gonna come.
just here in the Twitter space, we're going to be getting started in the live session. So thank you all. Pretty crazy to have over 90 people, and yesterday over 1,000 people join, and now having this person in session. So yeah, just want to say thank you to everyone for making it out here, for bringing the energy, honestly, to ETH Denver, and excited to run this panel here in person and also digitally online. I'll ask the the panelists here just to quickly go off mute if you're talking, so the people on Twitter space can hear us. But yeah, great to have awesome representation here from Aptos, Node Real, MSafe, and Iconia. So yeah, we'll do some quick intros and get this kicked off. The topic of the conversation is how to build a new ecosystem, which we're doing right here as we speak. I'll kick it off to you, Alex. Yeah. Or actually, Wendy, yeah, because you're already here.
So does this work? Hi, this is Wendy. This is Wendy from MSafe. We're building the multi-sig wallet solutions on Aptos. And if your team have any treasury or you are launching any tokens, let us know how we can help.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm Alex, co-founder of Funny Labs and author of the Akania Protocol, which is an on-chain order book for Aptos. We've been open source since inception. We're live on testnet, gearing up for mainnet launch, so we're glad to see all the cool DeFi protocols that Billy Pool built on top of us.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sherry. I'm an engineer at Aptos. I run the validator community at Aptos, and I'm a chaos master at Aptos as well. But hopefully, because of me existing, none of you guys have to see the chaos because we shell the chaos from the user face and then making sure it only happens in the background.
Hey, I'm head of growth at NodeReal. So we're early contributors to the Aptos ecosystem, providing RPC endpoints. Around 60% of the top 30 dApps on Aptos run on our infrastructure. And we also built one of the first and largest third-party block explorers for Aptos, tracemove.io.
Awesome. So building a new ecosystem is really hard, right, from scratch, especially when it's a new language and nobody knows how to use it. So one of the questions that comes up is what comes first, is chicken or egg, developers or users? So kind of want to hear thoughts from the people that are building this platform and then some of the developers as well. Maybe kick it off to Sherry.
Yeah, for sure. I think like a new language is always challenging, right? Like to grow something from 0 to 1 is always the biggest curve. When you're scaling from 1 to 99 is actually much easier, even though the path might be longer. So for us, I think like initially, how do we make sure the tutorials or documentations for Move is comprehensive enough that anybody not already know those kinds of language don't get scared off this whole thing is very important. So I think like if you ever follow us through the beginning of the Aptos DevNet launch at the first day, we actually not only launched the network, but we also launched aptos.dev, like a developer website where like people can see very intuitive like demos or like tutorials or things that they can follow along to build something super, super simple. Because I think small success makes a huge differences mentally to people who are learning at the early stage. Like if you say, okay, I created a token, I actually submitted user transactions on chain, that kind of achievement actually will be motivating people from keep going and dive deeper into. And I think at the beginning, those like a little hackathons we hosted internally also was tremendously helpful. Like lots of the project like Econias, I know, was here today. We met at the beginning of the like Aptos internal hackathon, which was like amazing kinds of projects to bootstrap ecosystem, absolutely. But yeah, let's hear other people's thoughts.
Yeah, kind of curious, pulling on that string. What are some of the advantages of Move that make it maybe a little bit easier to get started, even if it is from 0, getting from that 0 to 1? Maybe Alex, yeah, you'd be a good.
So Move is essentially tailor-made for blockchains, and it comes off of years of research and development out of Meta under the DM Weaver project. And as a developer, that was actually a vote of confidence for me in reaching out and trying to build on this system, because I knew that there was a ton of professionalism behind it, that this wasn't just cobbled together in a weekend for a science experiment. This was for a legit world-class, like globally scalable L1. And because of that, it has a lot of particular features that might be somewhat unintuitive in other programming languages, but it's tailor-made for blockchains. And so there are a lot of potential vulnerabilities that are removed. There are foot guns that you might see in other languages. Move doesn't have pointers. And although my background in C makes me miss those, I can understand why they toss them out for building on Move. And especially I would agree that in the beginning of the development cycle, the tutorials were particularly useful for us getting on board. And it is the early days of the ecosystem, and so everyone kind of begins as a noob. And so that's why the first commits in our repo are all like add this tutorial, add that tutorial. And that's why we saved all the different instructions that we created for ourselves so that other people could use them in the community. We have a guide out called Teach Yourself Move. And it's based on Rust, which is starting to gain a lot of notoriety in like the blockchain space because it's performant and also it reduces a lot of these vulnerabilities that come with other programming languages. And I've also personally found that all the other developers I've worked with are basically as long on Move as you can be, while maybe not even being long on the ecosystem that they're building on. There's a lot of enthusiasm for it, and I think that the community that's growing up around it and the open source contributions in this domain are making it a nice like intellectual flywheel that's going to help the Move language grow on Aptos and more broadly.
Good, nice things about Move, not only here at the Aptos event, also we were at the East Denver event and people from other ecosystems, even like Ripple and other layer ones, they have developers building on Move, and we heard so many good things about their experience. So I feel like, yeah, Move definitely is here for the like a massive adoption. And personally, I'm just like very proud to hear and happy to hear that because like I used to work at Libra, and then we have this Move language, and it's out there now. Everybody's using it. It just personally feel like super proud and to hear all these nice things about Move. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think the ability for Move to be able to onboard people more quickly, because Rust is obviously very popular, and Move as a TypeScript-like language on top of Rust makes the barrier to entry a little bit easier for sure. Kind of curious to hear what some of the challenges. So for the language, definitely it's awesome. But what are some of the challenges of getting an entire new L1 bootstrap, especially around the infrastructure? So Sherry would love to maybe go into a little bit of detail of that, and from a no-real perspective as well. What does it take to get something up and running? Yeah, kind of curious to hear your thoughts.
I think building something is simple, but building something that's production ready is really, really difficult, because like I think coming from a Facebook or like a Web2 giant background, for us, like that means your promises to billions of users, right? When we say we launch something, it's not something like a two engineer crafted together for a couple days and then it may crashes all the times. We are taking our promises to the users very seriously. So we have to carry on a lot of the principles we put in place. What is something defined as reliable? What is something defined as scalable? What is something that is secure? Are we thinking about people's like assets or monies, and all those values are secured on chain? Whenever we think about those, it's very scary, right? It's a lot of responsibility on our shoulder that we can't just say, okay, we put something that we're 50% sure. We want it to be really, really, really sure. So I think early days of Aptos, we did, that's why I say myself as a chaos master. That means like we're really thinking about what it takes to get us to production ready for a blockchain, for L1 to support our ecosystem. We don't want any of the users to experience the chaos that they're not necessarily need to, right? Like why does the chain going down matters to me? Why does this kinds of hiccups or whatever issues like I need to care as a user? Why do I have to concern about this thing doesn't work all the time, right? So we need to do a lot of rounds of testing to think about all the edge cases, and then think about how do we build a pipeline or testing infrastructure, all kinds of like building blocks that support people so that they cannot just like easily shoot themselves in the foot, or our engineer make a mistakes that cost people billions of dollars, that kind of a scenario. So we put lots of hours into thinking about this, and then we take it like, this is tremendous kind of responsibility. And I think that is the most difficult part, is like when we launch something, how much of confidence or how much of the things we're willing to carry on from that point of view, because there's no walking back from the day that we launch or say that, hey, this is real. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll follow up. So it's
Yeah, well, I mean, it's incredibly important, but I'd like to touch up on your previous question. So to give you some context, NodeReal, our core product, is our suite of APIs for RPC endpoints, in which we support a variety of chains, including Aptos. But we also have this services business in which we build out application-specific blockchains, optimistic rollups, ZK rollups for a lot of Web 2 and enterprise clients. So going back to like being bullish on Move, we recently forked an optimistic rollup to build an on-chain game engine called Cocos Engine. So we plan on actually forking optimistic rollups and modularizing the VM and implementing a Move VM for a lot of these Web 2 clients. So that's something we're incredibly excited about as well. And to your question, yeah, I mean, providing our goal is to provide a one-stop shop for all things infrastructure. So uptime, low latency, all of that is incredibly important for the ecosystem, and we take that duty very seriously.
Is there anything in particular that some of these Web 2 companies or larger enterprises look for, or what kind of questions are you getting as you're talking to some of these users?
Definitely scalability, of course, especially with games. You need massive throughput, you need low latency, but yeah, just a lot of familiarity for developers, which is why like the Rust and everything, like it's very good for like a lot of developers, especially in the Web 2 space coming into Web 3.
I wanted to add a little bit on that. Is like nowadays I feel like a lot of the requests or demands we're hearing from the smart contract developers or the Web3 developers is like we don't want to worry about any infrastructure we need to own, right? This whole needs of like around a nodes or worry about the API relimiting all over the place or who's gonna provide me the indexing kind of information or access is like huge pain that they don't really need to worry about. I feel like that's not right. If you're a smart contract developers, if you focus on building applications, just let them focus on the feature development. Let them focus on the things that's being creative, not really the infrastructure maintenance and all that kind of stuff, right? So for us, we'd like to fill in those bridges, but we also don't want it to say, okay, Aptos become the single point of like providers for this kind of thing. So our principle is always providing those kinds of building blocks for business like node rails or other like infrastructure providers out there. So we provide an open source solution. They can take it very easy to commercializing it and then provide like a ecosystem or community kinds of benefit for the applications or developers to build on top of it and enjoy the like seamless experience of like, hey, I just can access those APIs or I can just use those indexing data and then I don't have to worry about where do I find a node or bootstrapping those kind of things. So that is one of the area I think right now we wanted to remove all those blockers or like entry points for a lot of the Web3 developers.
Yeah, pulling on that a little bit, one interesting thing that I think about as a application builder is that on blockchain, you have no back end technically, right? Like there's no DevOps, and that's good and that's bad. It's great because you can be a one-person shop and literally build a really complex protocol and not have to worry about the infrastructure. But in the back of your mind, I guess that's probably also there. And yeah, kind of want to hear your perspective on what it's like building as a smart contract developer. And then also, Wendy, what it's like to have the infrastructure that's needed for something like Econia to be out there and be safe.
So the paradigm you described where you publish a smart contract and it runs autonomously, that is sort of the business model that this is all built around, and that is the promise of Web3, that we can automate things so that we don't have to think about them, which in some sense is kind of the history of computing at large. And obviously this involves having to write the right program for the job. And so there are a lot of security-minded processes that go into this. My background personally is embedded systems on aviation, and so I already come biased with a sort of healthy dose of paranoia, which I think is somewhat necessary for smart contract developers and the industry at large too. I think we've come to have even more of this as the years go on and the hacks go on and the exchange collapses go on. And so that's why there's already this sort of burgeoning ecosystem for not just dApp developers, but for auditors, for multi-sig solutions, for infrastructure monitoring services, all these different things that form this sort of protective cocoon around the smart contract, which you can say is kind of the back end that is both everywhere and nowhere, but that is not the only thing. And as an engineer, it is somewhat easy to fall in the trap of thinking if you build it, they will come and be kind of maybe a tech maximalist. Obviously, if you don't build it, they can't come, but it's not the only thing there. And especially as a developer in the early days of the ecosystem, one thing I've seen that's really important and impactful is having developer events, like the first hackathon, maybe the 0th hackathon, I should call it, as it was pre-mainnet back in May of last year. And that's ultimately where we got started. And the opportunity to get close to the core team, to experiment with things, to get feedback on it, to collaborate with other builders is ultimately what drives things forward. And that's why we're excited that Aptos has these sort of quarterly, at the least, hacker events where we can go, we can meet other people, we can brainstorm on new projects, and that we can have this sort of shared creative output that creates not just the smart contracts, but also the ecosystem, the community, and all these other social dynamics that are required to get everything off the ground.
Yeah, I don't think this is working. It isn't working?
Maybe don't touch this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I want to echo on the what Sherry said about building a stable ecosystem. I can see like how hard it is to I don't know, like maintain 104 or something validators and having everybody run in I don't know, different parts of the world. It's definitely a hard job and require I would say ultimate discipline from the Aptos team to make sure all this works. And also to Alex's point, so when we're thinking about decentralized, what I was always thinking about is, if MSAFE is not here, like if a team doesn't exist, can people still use our protocol? If the answer is yes, then we're good. Like the smart contracts out there, and the people can still have all the access to their money, all these things, then good, we're decentralized. Like we don't have to be the single point of failure as in the team or single support or something. That's how we think about decentralized. And for a multi-sig provider, normally people think of us as like team-owned assets can be managed within like a wallet, multi-sig wallet. The other thing like people normally don't realize or don't talk much about is about like how we help the protocols decentralize. Say, for example, we discussed this a lot with Alex, like not only you guys are the ones deploying the protocol, like you actually ask people around the world to deploy the protocol with you from not a single account, but from a multi-sig account. So that's another way I think we can help with decentralized, but do you wanna?
I think that the multi-sig paradigm brings up a really interesting point about what we think of as decentralization. And in my mind, I often have viewed it more from a lens of fault tolerance, because a lot of the metrics that we've seen for classifying whether or not something is or is not decentralized rely on some count of colluding actors or node counts or something. And obviously, I would prefer that protocols deploy under a multi-sig. But if you have a 5 out of 7 signer scheme, if you apply that at the node level for validators, no one will say that your 7 validator system is decentralized. But when it's on a multi-sig, that is often sufficient. And in some sense, you need it to be smaller because you can reach consensus faster if you need to do a protocol fed on the fly or something like that. And so I think that it's healthy, I think, to understand the distinction between those two and understand why we want the decentralization in these two avenues. And ultimately, it's so that these things don't fail. Like you said, if one person doesn't sign on the transaction, but 5 other people do, it persists. And if one validator misses a block, but 99 others do, that it persists. And so I'm glad to see that we're seeing an appreciation for this fault tolerance in the form of like non-collusion, if you could call it that, at varying levels of granularity when it's not necessarily applicable to have 500,000 validators because it slows things down, or you might not want to have 3,000 signatories because that slows things down. And that question of how much is enough is obviously top of mind for us. And it is, ultimately it's a balancing act, but it is nice to see that we have the tools to achieve that balance at the varying regimes that we're thinking about, and also that we're seeing, I'd say, more of a pragmatist approach to seeing what kind of window we need in terms of those numbers.
Pulling on this thought process on decentralization a little bit, it's super interesting because if you build a contract that has a multi-sig or maybe it's immutable, you remove the human element out of it, right? It can exist even without humans, but I think humans will probably always serve a role. Like someone needs to be running the nodes or the servers. But as we think about ecosystems, especially in Web3, decentralization is a core component of trust, right? We can have a contract that's trustless because it's immutable. No one can upgrade it. There's no single signer authority that can upgrade it. But then the underlying infrastructure also needs that same trustless layer. So yeah, kind of curious to hear from a node perspective, what does decentralization look like? How do you think about it? How do you, what are the benchmarks and how do you get there?
For sure, I think like decentralization has been really core to our principles from day one, right? That's why we decided to launch a network or mainnet with over 100 validator nodes across the world, which I think like if you're looking back to the history, that might be still the biggest like mainnet launch ever with this kinds of decentralization. But there's always need to be a balancing between decentralization, performance, security, because like we also see the examples where like some network get really decentralized and then doing any upgrades or innovations or apply the new upgrades of the technologies become harder and then harder. And then in our world, we'd like to have a balance where decentralization exists. That means like no single point of failure, no single government or authorities can take down the network. But in the same time, we can still enjoy the super fast pace of iterations of the tech stacks. We can still apply changes very quickly. We can still introduce like a new support kinds of architecture like multi-sigs or different like objects on the tokens or different kinds of new innovations very quickly. And then we also wanted to see the network to be running like very securely and fast, right? We can handle hundreds of thousands of even millions at some days of transactions per second. So there's always a balance, and I do believe we can find that balance or points in time, right? It's always driven by the demand. At this point of time, I feel like we started with 100 of the nodes at the beginning, and then we will gradually pushing for more and more. And then as we go, the tech stack will also improve. So at some point, maybe even 100 nodes or 1,000 nodes will not be compromising any performance. At some point, maybe 1 million nodes don't even matter that much because of improvements of the, I don't know, physics, speed of the lights, or the technologies are not bottlenecks on the network bandwidth or consensus or any components anymore. So all of those things has to evolve all together. It's not single point of dimensions go too far at any point of time, right? So I think like keeping in mind the balance is always the most important things and find the right choice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the trilemma exists for a reason. I mean, you can't have performance, decentralization, security all at once. So there is a trade-off matrix for all these chains, and I think that's the beauty of the multi-chain world. You can have these monolithic chains that serve a certain purpose. I think from our perspective, both like node infra and then ecosystem, like it's important to keep the feedback loop very tight. Understanding the needs of developers and furthermore the end user, so we can strike that proper balance.
Yeah, I think what's important here is that at the end of the day, we're all people, and it's like people behind this, and coming to these events and getting to literally meet the people that are behind this in person is huge. And it's really difficult to bootstrap something entirely new, coming from behind, given the incumbents that exist, like Ethereum, the big buffalo in the room, right? But yeah, I think what's really beautiful about Aptos is that we are forming this really close knit group of people that are really really smart, really capable, have the right values and principles to carry this forward, and I hope that's a good foundation for growing this ecosystem. Um, it's going to be hard. There's a question from the audience. I want to get to it from Twitter. I'm going to try to rephrase it. So this is a big community member, Zero, who has been a developer in Broadbears and Topaz, and he has voiced some concerns that I think are reasonable around adoption. So I want to give him a chance to speak up. I'll reiterate the question. So Zero, we'll throw it to you, and if you guys want to put up the volume a little bit, we can hear you. So go for it, Zero.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, what are the, like, you were talking about how the configuration of the validator should, change over time. Um, if I were to pull, like, experience from, like, Solana, the second that, like, NFTs got product market fit on Solana, and the network never experienced 100K bots hitting a mint button at the same time, and it would drop TPS to zero every single day because no one expected that like exponential user growth to come in like those seconds. Like when that kind of happens, when the user base in Aptos hits those like exponential growth, and how how is Aptos ready to like deploy more validators at that moment or configure the network so that it can handle that traffic um, in those like moments that we can't even expect when those peaks will happen.
Yeah, so just to reiterate the question. So the question from Twitter was from Zero, who's a great community member. The configurations of Solana initially, were okay, but once we started hitting NFTs started becoming popular. We obviously started to see the congestion and the downtime that led. So how is Aptos preparing for potential, boost of users or some form of trend that could potentially take the network down? Super great questions. So I think there's a couple things we're doing, and then thinking about those exact scenarios actually in mind is like, well, the mainnet today has like a pretty low traffic right now. We're not like stopping here, right? Our blockchain team is not just like taking vacations. They're still very busy. Because we are working on keep scaling the throughput and the latencies and the performance of the network. So we're doing tremendous amounts of like load testing ourselves behind the scenes. Like we have this kinds of different variations of testing networks running in behind, and always think about the magnitudes of increasing of traffic. What if they come literally next day? What if we see someone willing to spend millions of dollars to DDoS our networks? Would we be able to handle those things? If you remember at the beginning, I'm the chaos master. I'm literally running this kind of programs to simulate all those kinds of scenarios and then see if our network can handle this kind of stuff. So we have a program called PreviewNet. It's going to be testing our next generations of the tech stacks, like behind the scene with all the existing node operators. That means like while the mainnet might be running on the existing versions of the software, we're already testing the next V2s or V3s of the consensus protocol, where we're expecting to increase like 10x or 100x of the throughput behind the scene. Maybe we're not launching that into mainnet as of today, but we are thinking about all those scenarios and then simulating it behind the scene. On the other side is like the hardware itself, right? Today, running a validator on Aptos mainnet is relatively really simple. The requirement is quite low, and we believe it should be driven by demand, right? So we actually have a lot of space to grow the machine resources to handle the kinds of a peak or increasing traffic. So today we probably requesting 16 cores of the CPUs and then only 32 gigs of memory, and most of the time they're like not even that much utilized. We have a lot of the space from there to grow. If say tomorrow our traffic become 100x or 1000x, we have the confidence that we can handle that. And then third point is obviously fee market is something we have from day one, that even if this kind of traffic coming in, maybe let's say assume something happened next hour, there's 1 million transactions happen on our network. They will not be crashing our network. There will be a fee market, which means that whoever pays the higher gas fees, their transaction going to be prioritized, and then the rest of them will be queuing up in the mempool and then get executed later. So we are actually really thinking about magnitudes of traffic. How do we handle them even on the existing mainnet? And how we handle Google kind of traffic or YouTube kind of traffic or Instagram kind of traffic in our next generations of Aptos nodes in the next quarters or so. So rest assured, the team is absolutely thinking about this kinds of scenario. We been through, one of the little story maybe I can share is at the day of my time at Instagram, Super Bowl is always funny for us because we have to borrow machines from other teams. I said, hey, Instagram can't go down. Please give us 5,000 machines or whatever thing. So we see billions of requests coming in all the time. So we handle this kind of scenario. We actually understand what kinds of requirement we have to put in place to make sure we're ready for those scenarios if they happen tomorrow. So yeah. Oh yeah.
I think I'd also like to offer maybe a technical contrast between what was happening on Solana from the question and how Aptos mitigates that in software. So the question was about what to do when an NFT mint drops and now you have 200,000 transactions per second coming in from bots. And part of the reason this happens on Solana is because the transaction fees are essentially zero unless you're actually running any computation. And so Aptos actually imposes a base fee. And so this is one fault mitigant against an incoming sort of transaction load from bots. And in Solana, anytime someone wants to spam the network with transactions, the turbine consensus mechanism essentially just forwards all the packets onto the next one. And if you can't process enough, they just keep getting forwarded. And you essentially have this never-ending queue that just grows as people keep spamming it. And this ultimately brings down the network as memory runs out on any one validator. Additionally, there's the nonce or sequence number in each account that makes it cost prohibitive to send a bunch of transactions because otherwise the execution will fail out for one that uses the same sequence number. So at times of high peak in Solana, for example, you can get upwards of like 90-95% of the transactions that actually commit to the chain are just aborts because they're trying to rerun what already happened before because a bot is sending in 10 or 11 duplicates of the same message. And this kind of the deduping process there is actually more sort of effective in a like DDoS perspective on Aptos. And I think those are just a couple technical contrasts that actually concretely address some of the failure modes that have been seen before for hype NFT mints, for example.
Yeah, so I just want to add one thing is so basically we were looking at all the things Aptos ecosystem was doing. Like we knew there are all these kind of stress tests going on. So from as someone's if I can represent some of the community here, it's just very reassuring and basically yeah, and also from the fee structure perspective, I think Alex and Sherry both covered part of it. That's from the design perspective and from the actually running the node validator, like keep pushing it, keep running this stress test. It's just very reassuring. I just wanna, yeah.
So I know we only have a few minutes left, so maybe wrapping up. Any final thoughts? I did want to ask you what keeps you up at night, but I'll ask that one first. What keeps you up at night, and then we'll do some final thoughts.
So I think as an engineer, what keeps me up at night is always, what if they have a bug that we don't know yet in our software, right? Especially as a chaos master, if I claim that role, I actually need to make sure that we're actually capturing those kinds of scenarios and well testing. But no matter how well we try or how much effort we put into the place, based on our experience, we all know humans are flawed in general, and then the software we write will always have bugs, especially at a fast-paced kind of development stage. You can't really cover all the test cases. You can't really cover all the corner cases. There might be still somewhere some bugs or some issues that are waiting for us to discover and patches them. But I think for me, it's like what could help me sleep better at night is knowing that we do have all those incident response process in place. We have all kinds of toolings put in place. And then we have all those exercise with all the node operators or relevant parties that maintaining the infrastructure of our node. They know exactly what to do if we ever discover some issues that are happening on our networks so that we can work together, collaborating in an environment that is really supporting each other's or helping each other's to improve, that we can always face any issues that throw at our way. So I think that actually helps a lot with my anxiety. But I guess no matter what, I would still have that kind of concerns. Like one day there is going to be issues going to happen, and then we will deal with it.
I'll just say quickly that the fact that we have engineers that are the world's foremost experts at maintaining infrastructure for billions of people at the helm of this thing that hopefully will also maintain billions of people helps me sleep at night. And no dig on any of the other ecosystems, but Ethereum definitely came in first, and obviously paradigm shifting technology. But this is something that does have some roots in traditional tech, so it really helps me sleep at night that we have experts like yourself, Sherry, at this, and folks like Alnoki, Wendy, keeping us also safe at the application and infrastructure layer,
and folks like Node.real making sure that we have actual infrastructure for us as developers to just be able to plug in and not think too much about the DevOps, although we do run a node as well. But yeah, on that, I'll just ask any final thoughts, any parting thoughts. I'll just pass the mic over there.
On the topic of throwing out the ecosystem for this panel, I guess I would end with, in the beginning, when things are slow and when things are unpredictable, a principled approach, I would say, is all you really can commit to and all you can be glad that you actually executed on. And I think that we're seeing this a lot already in the beginning. The core team is doing all the right things, and we're seeing all the right things in the ecosystem, whether it's building on more tutorials, infrastructure tooling, allowing pull requests from the community. And then on the developer side, it is not trying to read the tea leaves too much of any one thing that you might read about from another chain or other developers and the collaboration. At this point, only 4 or 5 months in, we already see an offering of matured like dApps that might not have as many users as we would like, but they have already the same functionality that took years to pioneer on other chains. And there's already almost like a L1 as a service that we've somewhat come to in just a few months after mainnet launch. And so proving out what we can build and taking the right approach in the social domain, whether it's hackathons or events like this, is I think really the only way to go in the beginning and the only way to have confidence that we are growing this ecosystem out in the most straightforward manner.
Yeah, so just very quick, I feel like ecosystem is about the community and about the foundation. Like foundations has been super helpful, and also importantly is how the ecosystem is growing. So I guess from our perspective, like we're just keep working with all the partners on the ecosystem, working with the foundations, just trying to make the whole ecosystem better and more secure.
I think for me, I really believed in the people. So for me, it's always the people that makes me wanted to work on something, wanted to work on in a team, in a project, or wanted to move into a new space. So I believe it's going to be all of you guys like being here and then bringing all the new peoples coming into the space to keep building on top of it, supporting each other and help each other grow. That is going to be the key, or the key players for making Aptos really great.
Yeah, I mean, the quantifiable upside of the network and everything is very obvious, but the less tangible analysis I've done is that, there's a lot of very smart people in this ecosystem. It's very impressive, I think. It's been able to attract a lot of very good developers in the Web 2 space. And I think, worrying more about like laying the foundation with, as you guys mentioned, dev tools, us on the infra side, and less about, the value accrual, which will come in the long term once we build out that foundation. So yeah, it's very exciting.
Yeah, well, thank you for all the speakers. Thank you for everyone. And yeah, we'll do another session at 3 p.m. Okay. Hey everyone. So we're gonna take a bit of a 1 to 2 hour break between now and the next session. I know a lot of folks dropped off during the last time when we had break. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to play music this time, but hopefully we'll see some of you guys back here soon. So yeah, we'll be back in a few hours for the next session, and thank you all for hanging on. Feel free to drop and come back, or stay on. But yeah, really appreciate you all, and talk again soon. Also, feel free, others, if you want to take the space and just chill or talk about anything. Any requests to come speak, I'll bring them up. I see G Shrine, so I just brought them up as well. So yeah, feel free to carry on the conversation. I'll just leave the space open, and we'll be back with the next session in exactly 3 hours. So thank you all. Talk soon.
Thanks a lot, Pandem, for having us here and for this amazing event.
So I think Panem gave us the reins to the space, so I'm not sure what you guys want to discuss, but I just felt I would come and hang out with the Aptos friends up here.
Actually, the interesting thing is if Pontem will be able to bring some new speakers to the stage, if we will get bored for next 3 hours, because yeah, there is no co-host, and actually I will be the worst co-host ever, because when I become co-host, Twitter always ragging me like kind of instantly. So we actually need to find some good co-host who will try to cycle.
I nominate VJ if Pontum's still here.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Seashrine. I just added you as co-host, or Shamrock. I guess I can add Shamrock. Sorry, I can add Seashrine.
Well, I hope this will work, because yeah, Twitter.
Okay, Seashrine, you're co-host. Anybody that wants to come up and speak, I trust your judgment.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I've never been given the reins.
Instantly when I became a co-host. So yeah, sorry for interrupting, but it was really funny. I became a co-host and instantly I was ranked by Twitter. So yeah, let's keep it maybe C Shrine and maybe somebody else, and I will just stay as a speaker.
Well, when I joined the space, I did not expect to, now be the co-host. To be honest, I'm quite nervous. But, if I could pass this off to VJ, I think that would be great. But, I just wanted to come in here and, say that the space was great. I appreciate a lot of the insight that's been shared around. I think it's important. And yeah, is there any way for me to transfer the co-host abilities to Shamrock or VJ?
I think there is an issue actually. If we will transfer to VJ, VJ will be ragged instantly as well, because from what I know, he has some issues with Twitter as well. And from yesterday experience, we have Steve here, and if I remember good, he was ragged as well when he became a co-host. So we're kind of like in a dead end here. We need some, person with a stable connection who can be a co-host and like pretty experienced for this purpose as well. So it's not that easy task right now, in my opinion. Actually, I'm pretty curious why it's a must to keep this space running, like, for 3 hours straight. Isn't it easier to reboot the space in 3 hours and start the new one?
I think maybe just providing people a place to hang out, is important. So, we could all chill here. We have people here in the audience, but I would like to keep them entertained, with some topics of discussion. Does any, speaker up here at the moment, have any, I don't know, any matters that they'd like to, bring up, or, any developments from the protocol side, sentiment analysis, anything. I'd love to hear your thoughts, on the broader, state of our ecosystem, and also, any ideas that you may have as well.
Well, for me personally, I'm totally not technical guy, so for me, it will be like more comfortable topics, not about some smart contracts or something like that. But actually, I wanted to follow up the latest topic about like how to build the ecosystem, and the most obvious will be, yeah, it's all about people, and to actually Aptos means like people with its title. So it's all like it's all around building community and strong, like strong core. I've been saying this like in many spaces already, and this is like kind of my philosophy. So it's all about building strong relationships and strong community overall. Like there should be a dev community, there should be like DJing community, like artist community, but all of us must not be like competitors. Like I sometimes I read so many questions like who is more important in the ecosystem, like devs or artists, or like CMs or something like that. I don't think it's like a healthy comparisons, because everyone is important, because one can't be like 100% complete without another, and projects can't be 100% ruled by just one person, because it's insane amount of work. It requires like too much to handle, and we all know that we must be aware about like mental health, and yeah, so we need to act together, collaborate, and raise some concerns, maybe some.
I think I might have lost you, Shamrock. Can anyone else hear me? Can anyone else hear Shamrock?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear Shamrock?
Yes, we can hear Shamrock as well, but now he's not speaking.
His mic cut out for me, so I wasn't able to catch the last
Maybe,
part of it.
maybe he got drugged.
Yeah,
This board had
probably.
drugged him.
He probably got rugged.
Like under promise and over deliver, or at least the under promise topic, because yeah, so many promises here and there, but now all the blockchain ecosystem. So yeah, maybe it's a little bit a messy statement, but yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think there's certain people that I always see, active day and night as well, sort of pushing, uh, for that tight knit community that we've already established here. Most notably, I'd say obviously you, VJ, Dima, among others, that hang out in that Aptos NFT group chat, that hang out on Twitter, that are always supportive. I think working together is, much more productive than working against each other. And if it's, our intention to really, you know, push the boundaries of what blockchains can be and ensure that Aptos, remains on top, then I think that requires effort from everybody, builders, community members, whatever you may be. If you're in this ecosystem and you want to see it win, that requires, the combined effort of every single person.
Yeah, exactly. And about the competition part, there always a place for some, competitive vibes, but like it's not a tournament. It's like family competitive vibes, like all these, engagement farming stuff and something like that. Like these top personalities list, spooks list or something like that. It's also fun because you're trying to improve what you actually contribute and deliver to this community and this ecosystem as well. Because for the personal example, when I started all this, like, let's call it activity, I wasn't so productive at the start, but after I noticed that I actually be noticed and there is like, some sort of competition, I've created some sort of plan, like, for example, well, I'm a person with ADHD, and I don't have like some calm workflow. I have only pumps and dumps, and no matter what, I decided to create myself like a simple plan. I I must deliver at least one GIF, one tweet a day. And this must be a GIF and a tweet at least let it be just a GM tweet, but there must it must contain some content about some project, some NFT project of our ecosystem, and yeah, you know, some activities, some attractions, some joy maybe for people. So yeah. If I am inspired, if I am, you know, like pumped and energized, I can deliver more, even if I'm in mood to tweet just one tweet per day. Like for example, like today, I will still create something for tomorrow or something like for some next move because I have, you know, in my folders I have some already created GIFs for some alpha for some alphas for some projects you don't even you know about, and yeah, they just waiting for its moment. But yeah, if I feel myself totally not inspired, or you know, like exhausted and red candles on the chart, I will still create at least one animation, one GIF a day because it's my bare minimum. I prefer to be consistent and persistent, you know, because for the person with ADHD, you can't actually plan anything, but you can find something, um, something you're passionate about, and continue to deliver no matter what. It's just about having an idea, having some support, and I can tell you that I have, and we all have an amazing support from Aptos community. It's really amazing. I'm always so happy to see you know, all the engagement on my personal Twitter page, and when I visit other Twitter pages, it's really cool to see that some of us are having more engagement than those, you know, 100K followers project accounts from some, you know, other blockchains or something like that. This is really inspires me to deliver more, to contribute more. And if I can share this inspiration to others, like, you know, that Aptos about us, actually, about people, about the community, uh, this is what brings, you know, this makes this web even more stronger. Like I feel that we have such a strong connections between each other, so I can really mm, like DM like almost anyone in this ecosystem, and I will obviously get a reply. Maybe not exactly in time I DM. Maybe it will like an hour later or a day later or even a week later, because I know how it hard when you have like 100 DMs an hour. Having this myself sometimes, but yeah, the to summarize this, and it will be like very obvious again, it's all about people, it's all about building the relationships, and everyone really matters. DJs, paper hands, traders, developers, artists, founders, everyone. Sorry if I didn't mention some you know, something you are associating you with, but yeah, everyone matters really. So yeah, this is the statement. Discuss.
Yeah, well, you know, in regards to the work that you do every day, I think that you could, you know, you're like the Beeple of just, you know, one a day, you know, constantly pushing yourself in that regard. You know, as for, you know, I'd love to get some more speakers up here as well. You know, I see Aptos Dragons, Bone Shamans, Matrix, um, you know, everyone else that wants to talk. Please feel free to, you know, request the mic. I'll let you up because I want to hear what you guys are building. Um, you know, I'd love to hear a little bit more about your project if you want to introduce it to people. Here we got Matrix, and you guys are doing something really cool with the bulletin. If you don't mind, introducing that and I guess explaining a little bit more about what it does.
Hey guys, hey guys.
Exactly, 100% agree. I will gladly hear something from Matrix as well. And yeah, others, if you're, have something to kind of raise some concerns, feel free to request to speak. And yeah, let's discuss. Let's just don't forget that this is still Movecon spaces, not some, our regular, some degen spaces where we can speak like anything. Yeah, but yeah, let's keep it. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah, I got good. I got your point. Where we don't have to speak here right now, Shamrock. And yeah, for the bulletin, I can share a few details with you right now. Like, for example, if you're a DJ in the Aptos ecosystem, or if you're new to Aptos ecosystem and you don't know what's currently happening, because if you want to get into the projects you have to go through all the twitters and follow all those major projects and all the upcoming projects, and you have to get all the things started from the very beginning of Aptos. So here's what bulletin comes in with. For everything that you want to know on Aptos that's happening right now, or has happened in the last week or month, you can get all that information on our website. As soon as we see any kind of announcement that is made by any major project, that may be NFT or DeFi, it's uploaded by the team on the website, the bulletin website. We have a few categories in which we categorize all the posts of the bulletin, like if it's going to be featured, or it's going to be hot list, or it's going to be a recent, like a normal announcement, or a bit less important announcement for in the Aptos ecosystem. So it's efficient tool for degens and anyone who want to know what's happening and get details on whatever the things are happening. Like if there's any announcement, like recently there was uh, an announcement from Aptos Lab for the unit ticket that was featured on our bulletin site. There was Mingo's 101 sales; those were featured, and the Topaz is actually holding the auctions very soon for the artist, and that is also featured on our website. So whenever they get started, we are also hosting a few other things like a countdown and stuff for that as well. So basic, yeah, this is something that you're working on. And one thing that we're currently working on, and which would be live very soon, is the Matrix TV. In this, we'll be getting a few projects from the Aptos ecosystem, the leading projects, and we'll be having a live stream with those founders and things, and we'll be rewarding the community in something that we'll figure out. And yeah, that's something in the plans right now, and we are working on that.
Great. I think that these novel products are important. I think on the broader scale, when we think of Web3 and crypto as a whole, the main thing that's going to drive adoption is education and access to information. You know, everybody up here and everyone in the audience, has been accustomed to Web3, because they sought it out on their own volition. They got used to how to interact with, crypto on Twitter, on Discord, and Telegram. But for the billions of people that live and walk this planet, we can't expect everybody to be able to, sort of adjust to the way that we've sort of adjusted socially, and thus, we need to provide, outlets of education, information, and things like this in order for people to have a better understanding of what crypto is, what certain ecosystems are, and how they can get onboarded, especially for Aptos. That should all be, or that should be, all of our main priority at the moment. And everyone up here, is doing their part to ensure that happens. So thank you, Matrix. We also got Aptos Dragons and Bone Shamans. I'll let you guys decide, who wants to go ahead and speak and introduce your project to the audience here.
I can go first. Hey, Ponton Wallet. Hey, C Shrine. Welcome, every listener. I would like to touch a point on, like, I'm sorry. building the community, like the last panel. um I think like the now is like the hard part is to keep on people excited, and people are getting bored pretty fast, so we need to come up with new things basically every month to make them still interested. So we have sort of campaigning like this that we're planning to uh, release all of the many tools, many new tools and stuff to get people still interested. For those who don't know, we have been the first roulette on Aptos. For now, we have developed more games. So we're the game the gamble actually the game gambling platform on Aptos. Uh, we had more than 50,000 APT in volume. So I can say confident, like I can say that we're the most played game on Aptos. So I think also most trusted. We will release uh, the pro the probable fairness system by this month. So everyone who will be worried about the win rates, they'll be able to check them that everything is working fine. So yeah, we're also planning to release poker first Aptos poker. So there'll be rooms for player to player poker, and all of the communities, NFT communities, DeFi communities. Every person on Aptos will be able to come to our poker club and play some poker. So we're gonna have the player to player poker also first on Aptos. Uh, and yeah, I think that's all about Aptos Dragons. Like we're all about the game and having fun. So for now we have 4 games. The new one is coming this week, and we're planning to release a game, 2 games every month. So there'll be a lot of them. Still a lot to go. And yeah, thank you for letting us speak on this on the biggest uh, conference on Aptos so far.
Yeah, I have sort of a broader question that I'd like to ask, the NFT collections up here right now, dragons and bone shamans, sort of related, sort of broad, in a sense where, what can we do to ensure that, you know, more people, come to Aptos for the NFT culture. You guys are busy building out your collections, your communities, but what can we do to ensure that they want to bridge assets over to Aptos? Say someone in Solana, is on the fence about entering our ecosystem. How can we make sure that they pull the trigger and come hang with us? I'll let Shamrock or Bone Shamans or anyone who has an answer, or whoever has an opinion to speak.
Well, I can you mentioned the one of the key words in your speech. I think you mentioned the culture, and this is actually what, in my opinion, we already have, and we need to actually continue to like build around our Aptos culture, our NFT culture. I can't really, explain what I think our culture is, because it's something like, you know, mm, I can't pick up the word or even more many words to explain or describe what I think our culture is. But we obviously have one, even since we have many builders who came from Solana to Aptos, but I believe they came for for some reasons. Maybe they don't like something about Solana culture or something like that. Because like me personally, I've been in different ecosystems and on different blockchains. Like for example, for me, Aptos is kind of a little bit similar to Flow blockchain, where I originally came from, because I really enjoyed some family vibes out there. and having something like this here is also amazing. I can see, I see more friendly relationships. Not there is not as much toxicity here. What I really enjoy in Aptos as well. This is also part of our culture. Yeah, we have some, uh, uh, kind of close to something like toxic vibes here from time to time, but this is like, this is a must. You can't just eat always some sweet food or some like salt. There should be something salty always to like outbalance things. So yeah, speaking about culture, we need actually stay around our culture. But this is something, something you have to feel, and nobody will explain you what is it actually. It's like uh, like uh, uh, like a fight club. There was a first rule of the fight club: you don't speak about fight club. Here is, in my opinion, something like this. Nobody could explain what is it, what our culture is. But maybe well, it's just my opinion. Maybe somebody can explain what culture we have and something like that. But in my opinion, something, something deep inside. Maybe somebody will call this like a soul, or something like that. But yeah, Aptos NFT ecosystem obviously got its culture, obviously got its soul, and yeah, our like uh, maybe not really unique, but obviously amazing vibes. Yeah, both come, and you can go up next because you have been raised your hand like after me. I'm not sure I can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear Bone Shamans either.
Me too. So maybe I'll touch on
Bone
this one.
Shaman, maybe you have some issues with your mic, because we can't hear you even if you're speaking. Maybe reset the space for yourself and join again. And yeah, Aptos Dragons, maybe you go.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is like I'm actually the builder who came from Solana and actually from Cardano and from other chains. And what I see, like why I'm building out on Aptos is because that's a new opportunity for builders, and that's a new opportunity to build a community that was first at something, that was something like pioneer in something. And I just that's something I'm pretty often saying, is that there will be moments in time when the people will just there will be the market, like on the other chains of NFT, will be so overwhelmed and so much like over flooded with people, that people will start to look for the new chains, and this will be our time. I remember when there was a time like that, like 2 years ago, when people just jumped from ETH NFTs to Sol once, or even the Cardano NFT also started like like that. So I'm pretty sure that our moment will come. But that's something that is true, that Shamrock say, that we don't see that toxicity here, like we see on other chains. Like every mint you see on Solana is like there's a tons of like clowns, trolls, right? People who are adding the shit emojis, and like trying to say that project is like trying to fud the project. So we don't see that yet on Aptos, but I'm pretty sure that they will come here too. It's just the thing that the Aptos is a pretty new chain, and we just don't we have only people that believe in Aptos, right? They're just here. They're waiting for the crowd. I think that every project like who's here now should focus just on building, and the time for them will come. Just keep on focus. Just focus on building, and focus on like releasing new stuff, and your time will come.
Yep. Uh, yeah. Keep building is like, one of the key features everyone is speaking about, but I think not everyone really understands what it means, like keep building, because building is not something like, it's not just a word or term. It's also, have so much inside this word. And mm, first of all, in my opinion, I repeat it again, it's just, my opinions are my own. Uh, First of all, for everyone in this, ecosystem, you have to understand what are your kind of superpowers, and what the best thing you can, deliver to this ecosystem. And the next, you will actually understand way better how and what you can build when you understand your, pros and cons. Because I've seen for past year on different chains, like many people, trying um, to do actually more than they really can. And we here come to the, most sad topic is this, over promise and under deliver. Everyone tries to bring some, many people to their projects with, some fake promises or maybe real promises, but they take way too long, like this, triple A video game in just like 2 months or something like that. Mm, Going back to summarize it, first of all, try to understand what are you really ready to build and how you are ready to build. If you understand your personal pros and cons, it will be really easy to build. You will not kind of feel it as it's your like work, or you forced to do something. It must be your passion. Not really must, you have to feel it. That's it. You feel it, and you just, just vibe. This is what I really like. I see this in pretty many projects on Aptos already. Like maybe they never had it since the start, or some of those had this since the start. But I see, I'm so happy and I'm full of joy when I, look at some project and I see that they got their vibe. They conquered their tsunami wave or something like that. This is really what will for even I can say this is what will force people to follow those builders, not just follow on Twitter as a follower. No, I mean as a leaders, like. And yeah, this is one also point how to build way more stronger ecosystem overall.
Yeah, yeah, couldn't agree more. We've been doing our part. For those that have been keeping up with us, just yesterday, we shipped the first ever EVM to Aptos NFT Bridge, specifically for our VIP NFT collection. And we've been pulling people in from other ecosystems such as Ethereum and Kronos due to that. And we also, commenced our first ever launch from the C Shrine Marketplace. So, we are doing our part to ensure that, adoption happens and that, the culture is vibrant. And, we still have a lot of more plans upcoming. We plan on, detailing some information regarding our gamified reward system very soon that, will revolutionize the way that projects and their communities interact with one another. So if you want, please feel free to check us out. Tap on our profile, check out our website, and read our documentation. And I'll just say, when I first joined the space, I didn't expect to be a co-host, but it is, quite late where I am. So I'll have to be heading to sleep, but hopefully Pontum can pass the baton to some one of these other wonderful speakers up here. So thank you all for having me. And this has been a pleasure with you guys. And yeah, I wish you all the best.
Sea Shrine, thank you so much for being a co-host, and I can tell you for 100% that you did a really great job. Even since you told us that you're kind of didn't expected that, you're a really amazing speaker. And maybe before you leave, you can actually bring some more people on stage if there's somebody who actually been raising hands or something like that, so we will not struggle with just being like like 5 people on the stage. Yeah, actually,
If there's
I
anybody.
see my homie Eric in the audience. Maybe he want to jump on the stage and speak a little bit. I see Daria in the audience, and maybe somebody else also wanted to join and speak with us. Feel free to request.
Yeah. Anybody in the audience that would like to speak before we relinquish our co-host role, please go ahead and send a request, because after that, the only person that would be able to let you up will be Pontum, and I'm not sure that they are fully available at the moment. So, anybody that would like to speak, to reiterate, please press that request button at the bottom left of your screen, the microphone. Come up here and chat with the other builders. But yeah, I'll wait, a minute or two, and I'll let Bone Shamans speak for now. But request the mic. Bone Shamans, go ahead.
I still can't hear anything. Is that only me?
I think Shamrock should like co-host the space later.
No, it's impossible. We already tried, and the moment I've been used as co-host, Twitter instantly rocked me. So yeah, we are kind of, right now we have no co-host. So yeah, let's keep it like this.
Yeah, kind of stuck. So, oh, Sea Shrine is gone. Okay then. So, so how are you doing?
Well, actually, it's almost 3 hours I've been here already, and I'm not sure how to take some break. Well, to drink some, to cook some food or get some tea. Well, because I'm really, really passionate about what's happening here, and yeah, I'm curious actually if the person who's behind the Pontem account will, come and visit us from time to time to actually check what's going on here, because the most funny thing is the whole space is actually being recorded, and I don't want them to actually, listen to the record and find some like 100% degen stuff here, like we have in the regular spaces. Well, yeah. I think we can do this, but I don't want to ruin the reputation of Movecon and after several,
I'm pretty sure he's running somewhere over the Eve Denver. So I saw him there somewhere on the picture. So
yeah, I'm sure.
We met before in person on the first summit in California. Yeah, I was planning to go to Eve Denver, but actually I couldn't make it. Hopefully I can make it to the New York one in April. Is April or is next month?
Well, I'm not sure because I'm too far away from all of this, and I'm still so jealous about not being, close to all those amazing events like this Denver or NFT NYC, and yeah, may I really having my fingers crossed, and I trying to find a way to actually be able to join the Aptos Con in Amsterdam, maybe I will be maybe it will be possible and I will be so happy. But yeah, having some issues.
Yeah, I'll be there definitely too. I mean, I'm like somewhere close to you, so like I just need to go for one of the event, right? That's why I'm not in Eve Denver. I'm planning to go to the New York one, as I'm also from far away, so I won't make it to the meetup every month. So that's why I'm gonna come to New York one, and yeah. So we should move the space a bit. So I see school fuckers are here. Hey guys, what's up?
How's it going, everybody?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Anything you wanna bring to the to the spaces, or maybe discuss, or maybe follow up, or even any questions or whatever? Let's bring it. And I need like 5-10 minutes AFK to actually get some tea and some sandwich.
Yeah, I just think the big thing we need to focus on for all the people that are already on the Aptos network is to just onboard other people from other chains to Aptos, because unless we do that, we're just going to be the same people trading our own money and eventually running out. We're not onboarding new people from different chains. So I think just not even, it's like building, but building in the right direction, because what people are building all these things, and it's like you don't even need half these things that people build on Solana or people build on Ethereum. It's all just like pointless. And then if we're building on Aptos and there's not even that many people, it's just, we just need to be effective with what we're building. And honestly, I feel like try to gear it towards onboarding. Like if you're building something, have a feature of it be used to onboard people from other chains, or if you're launching a project, you should be rewarding people more from other chains, or if they're coming over and they've never minted on Aptos, just find a reason to have them mint your project, or have a reason for them to come over, because they're not just going to come over for no reason. So I just think we need to kind of focus on that while we're building at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of true. Like there's around 100 or 300 people who are minting the same projects. I don't know how is it with DeFi, but like I'm pretty sure those are the same people. There's not that much traffic coming to Aptos, and that was actually also it was concerning when we had that big pump like about 2 months ago already. Before we hit like we did hit like $18, right, price. I didn't saw that much like spike in like people's using our app, or like even on the other chats. So we really need that. I think that next run to bring people into the Aptos, like you know, um, or something would need to like happen on the other chain so people would migrate.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have heard of Aptos, and they keep saying like, "What is this Aptos?" I've heard of. What the fuck is Aptos? But it's like, sorry for swearing, but it's like we need to have a. They've heard of it, but there needs to be a reason. Why are they going to download a wallet? Why are they going to connect and mint an NFT? Why are they going to swap some of their USDC for or USDT for enough gas to mint a free NFT? Like, what's going to make them take that first step? Because I know I'm not going to do that shit for other projects or other chains that are just for no reason. Like, there needs to be a beneficial reason for them to do something. Like, you don't spend your time and your energy doing something unless it's going to benefit you. So that's how we have to think when we're building or when we're just launching projects. It's like if you can convince the same 150 people to mint, that's cool, but one, it's kind of grimy because they're not going to like you after your project does nothing for them, and two, it's not helping out the ecosystem. So it's like even if your intentions aren't bad, it's still going to end up most likely bad. So we kind of just need to onboard new people and build towards that and give them a reason to come here, because if you're not giving them a reason, they're not going to download a wallet extension. They're not going to search the App Store and download an app, because it's just a waste of their time.
Well, I can follow up this a little bit. Actually, one of the things, like people saying, like you mentioned, that not so many people know about Aptos. And yeah, this is like a fair concern, like what the fuck is Aptos? But I want to remind you that we're like how many, like 12 years with the cryptocurrencies markets, and like 12 years ago I think like many people were like what the fuck is Bitcoin, and like uh few years later like what the fuck is Ethereum and something like that, and Solana and other. I mean, my point is like dope stuff takes time. I know everyone tries to, to speed up many processes because, yeah, we have many blockchain launching like layer ones, layer twos, and something like that. And everyone tries to, attract people like in many different ways, like low gas fees or like easy minting or like airdrops or something like that. But it's like, it's also like a market and trading cycles. Like they're being pumped like, green candles, and then it goes like, trading those coins, like selling pressure or buying pressure, whatever. But there goes a little bit sideways, like accumulation phase. And for some of the tokens, this phase can, take like a week or maybe two. For some tokens or coins, it may take like a month or two, or maybe a year or two. So what I'm what I'm trying to say is, for me, we're kind of in, kind of this sideways phase right now on Aptos, and like overall, because it's still like fear and uncertainty overall in crypto spaces right now. We're having like still this bear trend. And yeah, we had some hype on Aptos when the price skyrocketed and something like that. And we still have some, some interesting news coming here and there. So the point is actually to be like, to be more patient, maybe something like that. I know patience is not something like you can just go and buy in some shop or something like that, or get outside of nowhere. But if we actually build something, we need to actually build something. And yeah, we will bring some, some good examples for others, like, and it will be like some sort of radio station, like, oh, have you heard about Aptos? There are, people who build no matter what, like this also may work. Marketing is good, hype is good, maybe, but yeah, it's also about bringing some good examples. Maybe I'm maybe I'm saying some maybe nonsense. Maybe I can understand some deep mechanics of how shit works, but from a perspective of of a gift lord, it works exactly like this. It's all about how we act and how we planning to act, or not planning, just acting.
Yeah, I think Aptos is doing good with like brand awareness, and I know it's not going to happen overnight. I'm just saying, like, if you're building in the space, it should just be we should try to gear it towards just making sure it's something that people are actually going to use and need, so people aren't wasting their time and money, and then something that could possibly onboard new users or create more of a benefit if you're coming from another chain, that gives people a reason to just come here and use Aptos. Because I know it's going to be a long road, obviously, to catch up, and but it just seems like no one likes. A lot of people aren't very happy with Solana, and they're leaving Solana. So it's like, if we could just give them a reason to come to Aptos more than other places that they're already going to, and just a lot of people we could onboard and benefit the ecosystem.
I mean, the same thing was like happening with the Solana, with the NFTs. Like the first NFT projects wasn't that much, like, didn't have that much volume as they have today, and like they were just waiting for people that came from ETH. So I'm pretty sure that's the thing. That's something what will happen to Aptos, and that's why all the builders should push as much as they can, to just stay there, stay in that list, right, in that volume, let's say list, and just wait for the wave, right? And like, I know that also Aptos is doing great with their branding. They have, like, they're not like normal chain, right? But like there are like literally like hundred thousands of people that needs to be, like, uh bringed here. So yeah, and that people are not in the space right now. They don't want to think about the NFTs. They don't want to think about the crypto right now. They will come back, like, when, like, there will be next, like, run, right? The people that have been in the space like 1 year ago or like 2 years ago, they are not here right now. They're like, they forgot for now about the NFTs and like about the tokens. For now, there are people only that, that are interested in NFTs, like the, like, majority, like, okay, like, the, you can find some people who are bullish on crypto, but majority of the crowd is bearish. Like, most of the people, like, outside of crypto are bearish, and they forgot about, like, the NFTs, the tokens, and they will just come, like, next year, when, like, the Bitcoin will be back to its, like, old prices, and they will remind themselves about the NFTs and, like, about the chains, and they'll be checking what's new, like, right, and they'll see, like, oh, there's Aptos, right. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna be our time, because, like, I remember what was happening to Solana NFTs. I was, like, in the first projects, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that's history will will repeat with that.
Can you guys hear me? You guys can hear me all right?
Actually, you sound like a robot.
Yeah, it's horrible voice.
Oh, sorry. The funny thing
I
is,
think you had some issues with the microphone. It's really sound like a monster.
So we need some host of the space, because I wasn't even prepared for any questions, and yeah, so
Well, yeah, it's not that easy. Well, for me, I'm here like 3 hours already, and my mind is really a little bit, tired. So I can follow up some topics, but to mainly host it, it's not that easy for me at all, especially since, like, English is not my native language, like, at all. So sometimes it's even hard to pick some words. I'm pretty surprised that VJ is not really active right now. Maybe having some family time. Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty surprised that he misses this opportunity to actually, drive this space in some, some interesting topics.
yeah, definitely. Uh, by the way, I saw, like, lately there's some more mints on Aptos. Like, month ago there was like 1 month, one mint per, like, week. Now there's some more. Uh, but we still don't have more volume. So, um, like, we should, like, I guess we should we should think of like some other ways to bring people from other chains, as Seashrine was talking about. They're trying to bring people from Chronos. We should start like doing everything what we can, but
How much?
yeah, but I'm still thinking that the majority of the people will come when the bull market will come. So we just need to stay OG and try uh, to get those tools from other chains as much as we can. Like bring as many tools from the other chains as we can, because like we people like using this stuff. So we need to have all the things that other blockchains have. So we basically need more of people who will be coming here and building.
Yeah,
But
I
they won't
agree
come
with you. We
until
actually need to have all the functional the other chains having, like like some basics, and also something. Well, I think we already have like low gas fees, like very fast, transaction speed, and it will also like matter. And yeah, during any any sort of like bullish phases on the market, people will obviously eventually come and join one chain or another. The thing is not only like people joining. It's like silly statistics for application downloads. It's not very important how many times your application been downloaded actually or installed. The key factor is how many users actually still using your application. So our main goal is actually how we can keep people here, how we can attract, and if people how to make people willing to stay on Aptos, not just bring some liquidity or get out some liquidity, like just for trading volume, and and move on. So yeah, and I think we already have many key factors, like we mentioned earlier. We really have our NFT culture. I think we have amazing core community, and founders of Aptos overall. Like they're really down to earth people, and I'm not sure I can find any other blockchain where I can DM to CEO of Aptos Labs and actually get a reply, even not exactly in time, but maybe in one day, but I will actually get a reply. And this is really inspires me to continue, contributing to this ecosystem and community. And the more people actually will see these, transparency, these down to earth, like simple family vibes. This is also one of the key features why people will want actually, to have this application on their phone, if I can compare this, and to have those wallets still installed on their phones, and or extensions in browser as well. So yeah, bear market is for builders. Obviously, if we continue to consistently and persistently build in everything, it will be one example for actually new maybe builders, or some maybe investors, some VCs or whatever. People who really into invest in something, because yeah, in my opinion, if I, was some kind of big wallet guy or some VC, I would actually prefer to invest in people who consistently building during the worst phases of the market. Obviously, because if they still building and keep going, this means that during some more brighter days, they will kind of, be more inspired to actually deliver more, or we will all just, sit on the back seat and chill during bull market phase, because we actually built it everything we wanted during bear phase, and we need just, to watch those people come like to some like sort of like a festival, let's say it like this, and yeah, they will see all this festival and will be like, oh shit, Aptos is really cool. They have lives, they have fireworks, they have music, they have art, they have like kind of everything. So yeah, it must be, even if a person, even if some people won't stay here for long, the impressions of this chain still must be, like amazing. It's like festivals can't stay like forever. It's like pumps or dumps can't be like forever, or everything is cycling. So if you go, let's say, into some like Tomorrowland or DEF CON for a few days, raving and vibing, you really wish to, when the festival is like finished, the only thing you have with you after this, except of some hangover maybe, you have the memories. And if the memories about Aptors are really good, people will talk about Aptos. And this is, we going back to the topic I raised before, we will have like some radio effect, so people talking. And yeah, this is the best marketing we can have, if people actually talk. This is what I call reputation. And yeah, this is what one of the pillars of onboarding and keeping actually users is a reputation.
Yeah, 100%. Also, about the fees, because you mentioned about the fees like at the beginning. Now as Solana like raised up the fees, the fees are really like cheaper on Aptos than like on Sol. And like I remember I was talking to someone who was like airdropping 5,000 NFTs on Solana, and it was like literally like $1,200. So the fees are like way 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 like decreased. I mean, yeah, they increased on Sol. I'm sorry. They increased. So like yeah, Aptos now have like even more chance to lead in the layer two. Uh, I mean NFT, like those fast transactions NFTs. About the investing, like you mentioned something about about uh, investing in projects that are building through the bear market. I think that's also some important part to look on when you're investing. But cryptocurrency, like from my experience, cryptocurrency are like is really driven by hype and speculations. So also you need to pick the projects who have this hype, because like people are you know this is all about, like, in my opinion, this is all about the hype, and people actually, there's the crowd is like going where there's a hype. I know there are a few like people who are like crypto enthusiasts, like we do, and we would like invest mostly on the like into the projects that are building. But just wait and look how many projects there will be that will be doing crazy games, and you'll be like, what the heck these projects are doing? They're doing nothing, right? So that's also important part, and when it comes to investing. Uh, but overall, 100%. I agree with what you're saying, Shamrock. And yeah, I see the Noshi there on the audience. Patrico, hey guys, it's nice to have you here.
Yeah, hello everyone. Sadly, we don't have a co-host. We can't bring anyone to the stage. I wish them to get back actually and bring some people on stage so somebody maybe can become a co-host because I can't be co-host. We have already discussed this because yeah, I've been instantly being rugged by Twitter when exactly the time I become a co-host.
That's weird. Maybe Twitter is like some, like, triggered you, but that's actually true. We cannot like do anything here. We're stuck.
Yeah,
So
actually, I have no idea why this happens, but well, this happens instantly. So yeah, kind of stupid a little bit.
yeah. Oh, by the way, I see Patrico there on the audience. He's a player who played with 5,000 APT in our game. So it's not like his volume is 5,000 APT. So he like paid and took out. He put like 5 or 6,000 APT into the game. So I don't know how much he won, but actually there's a legend here. It's like I know it's probably way lower.
I can't even imagine those numbers myself, bro.
Like, I'm sending him hard. Hello, Patrica. It's nice to see you here. Like, New Roulette is coming on this weekend. You'll be able to bet on everything. So they're like a real roulette. So it's gonna be crazy. Just wait 2 days more. But yeah, we I think we should like touch on some topic, some other topic maybe. Uh, Maybe school fuckers can tell us how is it going with building their community and project for just like for the upcoming mint in some time soon. How is building? How is the community building going in such a hard times? If they're there, of course. So maybe we should play some music. And
Yeah, actually, if you can drop some music because we're actually not really, forced non-stop speak in this space. It's just, by our own will. Because yeah, me personally, I need to at least eat something because I wasn't eating anything for past like 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, personally need some
actually,
at least.
I'm like a DJ on party. Actually, I'm feeling like a DJ on the party when there's like the main DJ is like went out somewhere and
Well,
someone needs to play.
the thing is, I'm actually some kind of retired DJ right now. I have like almost 10 years of DJ experience, but my problem is my phone got some serious noise suppressor, and I can't turn this off, so I can't really, uh, play any music with my phone. I would gladly do it myself, but I really can't. I tried everything. I've been, digging deep into, some root stuff of this phone and nothing, totally nothing.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of funny. You know how you don't know how many people from music industry I met in the NFT space and like crypto space as creators. I'm for some time in this space. I wasn't like on Solana. I was on Cardano. I was building there too. So you don't know how many people from music industry I met. And to be honest, I also was a music producer, but like producer and like, but it was like more than 10 years ago. So probably we've been doing the same thing like in the same time. So that's funny. I don't know what.
Well, yeah.
Maybe that's because that's an art, right? And music is also art. So maybe that's connected. Yeah, I'll play some music and
Yeah, let's go. Drop some music. Really, yeah. Let's have some rest at least, like maybe at least 15 or 20 minutes, maybe something like that.
The thing is, like, I need to turn on my internet because, like, something is not working too. So, oh, there we go. Sorry, one second. There we go. Shamrock, can you hear me? Is any of the speakers there? For those.
Yep, I can hear you. Yeah.
Awesome. I thought maybe we should like read some NFT news or crypto news while waiting for them, but I saw that the next session is changed for like 2 hours, so someone is there is changing that, right?
Well, yeah, I think obviously.
Yeah, it was like 3 hours to next session. So for those who are new here, we're waiting for host to bring anyone to the speaker. As for now, we're listening to the music. As we can't put anyone speaker. Yeah.
Yeah, we're waiting for somebody from Pontem actually to come and maybe bring some co-host here. Well, or we will just continue to vibe with some music. Actually, I enjoyed the music.
Yeah, me too. But I'm seeing that people are like leaving. So I saw there was like 50 people and now there's 44. I know it's a break, right? But I'm thinking like maybe maybe we'll like just tell them that something is happening here, and we're just waiting for the others. So.
Well, yeah, as Quantum said, it's not a must for us, to keep a non-stop conversation because it's really kind of, impossible to without actual host. And we pretty much discussed so many things already, about,
Yeah.
the ecosystem, NFTs. The only thing I think we didn't discuss is some technical stuff, but I have no fucking idea what to discuss if I don't understand about it. Like, some smart contracts and other stuff, like move language overall. I'm not a technical guy at all.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, from the like creator point of view, I had like one problem with like basically with royalty spread, as you cannot like I don't know if you're not able on Aptos to uh, divide your royalties with other creators. Like there's only one wallet for the creator. Like on Solana, you could like literally divide the royalties for 4 wallets, and on Aptos you cannot. So that's the thing. One obstacle I had with the move language actually as a creator. But like so far all was good. Like transactions are way cheaper as we mentioned before, right? And and it's going great, but we need this volume definitely. We need this new people from other chains. Because we have cool stuff already, right? We just need people to use it. Like yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously, and eventually. But if we will continue to just discuss this over again, this will not bring us any volume, because yeah, everything will it takes its time, and I think many builders from Aptos actually right now at ETH Denver. Doing their job to shield Aptos, and yeah, to bring some more attention to our actually ecosystem. So yeah, I think we will see maybe some results after Denver overall. Really curious about what is coming next for the Aptos and overall markets, because we can see even more deep, and we will have even like a longer downtrend phase. So like my dad always told me, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. So I'm always kind of prepared to some read like weird days. Mm, the lower the expectations, the less I will be disappointed. So yeah, I just don't expect too much. I just do what I like, and I like what I do. So I wish everyone to have kind of the same motto, the same mindset. So if you really enjoy what you're doing, and you never invested in, like, your life savings and something like that, you're just vibing and uh, enjoying to kind of evolve in this ecosystem, or just be a part of it. Well, just evolve or be a part of it. That's it. It's simple as it can be.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And I was thinking about actually one thing connected to our volumes. I mean, to the what guys are doing there. I'm pretty sure that's 100% true. What are you saying? Like, everybody are chilling there. I can see all the Aptos OGs who are there, and, like, doing everything to shield the Aptos around. So that's definitely something cool. And yeah, and I can see some more volume on projects today. Actually, it's the same. Actually, it's the same as always, but it's good to see more and more projects coming to Aptos. And yeah.
Well, yeah, but also let's remember this important thing I have been, spoken earlier. That yeah, many projects come to Aptos, but like I noticed that I've seen plenty of projects who were like, "Hey, hello, we're a new project. We're minting on Aptos, blah blah blah, collab bro, collab sir, this, and 2 days after, they just switch in their description that they're minting on Solana or Polygon or whatever other chain. So yeah, many projects come, many projects go, but how many projects will actually stay and build, this is the key feature. And especially if there will be some, maybe some migrating projects or something like that. um how many potentially new or experienced onboarding people we can have as well with them also matters. Like but we will cycling this over and over again. We have like human factor, and we kind of need to care about it. So if Aptos is about people, we're also people. Even since you're a dragon and I'm a leprechaun, no matter, we're still like like humans. And yeah, human factor still exists, and in most cases is the main factor overall. Like we've been discussing all the security stuff, and yeah, other. So if we keep our space like transparent and down to earth, like with the family vibes, I think everything is possible. Yeah. So if we support each other, I think eventually we will get all the needed volume, trading volume, like human traffic, if I can name it like this. Maybe it's a bit harsh, but yeah, it is what it is. So it's obviously it's everywhere. People come, people go, like maybe losing some interest, or like many there are many reasons. We just um, the one of the most famous topics about diamond hands and paper hands. if the projects having only diamond hands, there will be zero trading volume. So there will be like no attention to the project. It's cool to have all the diamond hands when you have like, all time trading volume like CryptoPunks or BAYC have. You can have like zero NFTs listed. It is okay because you have like, thousands of Ethereum trading volume overall. But having blame, another topic is blaming paper hands. Like profit is profit. Well, if you mint it like for, let's say, 1 APT and selling for zero 0.8 APT, well, for me, yeah, still it's kind of silly. If you waited to mint something for 1 APT and get some, 20x profits during this market, well, this can eventually happen. But still, if you minted something for 1 APT and selling for like 0.8 because you never had those xxx profits, well, this is paper hand. But still, you can't blame those people because they like facing taking their losses. They took the risk, they taken losses, they fixing what they can fix, and they go on maybe to other blockchain or to other project, whatever. Yes, they dump in the floor, but they also bring this volume, even not that big, not the volume any project founder dreams of, but still this is to all the topic earlier topic that everyone actually matters in the ecosystem, no matter paper hands or diamond hands or just some experienced traders or not experienced traders. Everyone matters. It's just it's just about us, how we can manage this and how can we actually swim in this ocean of different people, different personalities, and yeah, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. If you differ traders like from the paper hands, you're saying about that's yeah, it's about the paper hands. What I wanted to say, sorry. The thing is with them, what I like saw, and from my experience, I think the paper hands are the people who are afraid to lose more than they already lost. Like when they see, let's say, the mint is not minting out, right? They're like getting afraid, like the this thing is won't sell out, right? The project will go to the zero, and they're trying to take take some like take some profits before the project will go to zero in their minds, and that's why they're selling for like half of price or like 30% of price, less. uh that will be answer to this one, but definitely, yeah, we need also people who are trading, right? Because without them there wouldn't be a volume. uh but also there are some people who are like uh you know are, I mean, the people, the people who are like undercutting the price, are also uh, often manipulated by the crowd, and they're going with the crowd. So basically they're people who are first, right, who are first, let's say, shaking out, and who are shitting their pants. That's, if you yeah, you can call it like this, right? They're starting this psychologic like thing on chat, on like in a community, that makes other people also trying to secure their losses, right? And they're listing like a half of price lower, or the thing, the classic paper hand is like uh working. But yeah, 100%. uh we need we need everyone in this space, right? We also need those people, because like we're building that together, and yeah, we need every aspect from other chains, as we talked before. Like we need all of these things to happen here, so we can grow natural, right?
I think a lot of Aptos projects also should consider checking out Galaxy, Crew 3, Super. Like all those platforms are very popular on multiple other chains, and they have that option to connect Aptos to it. So it's like they're welcoming us there. It's just not a lot of people are using it or utilizing it, and we could be working together, cross collabing with Aptos projects, or we could be cross collabing with multiple other chains. Like there's lots of options on there. So I think just people should utilize those tools that are there for us that have given us the option to come on board and actually utilize their platform that most other people wouldn't consider integrating Aptos so soon. So it's on such a good platform too. So that's another thing we should probably get more on top of is an ecosystem.
Well, yeah. Also agree. This is something that should be considered by you know core of Aptos, and yeah, maybe some other like smaller NFT projects and overall. But yeah, we still kind of coming back to those human factor situations, like especially many discussions going like we need more these type of people, like, or we need more these of type of people or something like that. If Aptos is about people, we actually need people. That's it. It's simple as that. Because I'm not sure it's cool for anyone to hear something like there is, some sort of people that we don't want to have or they don't need it, because for me it's kind of goes opposite to actually my vision of Web3 and my philosophy that Web3 should be without, borders and restrictions. Yeah, me personally, for example, I don't like, too much of toxic people or, toxic atmosphere. But I totally understand that everything is, needed. As I mentioned earlier, it's something like you can't eat candies like every day because yeah, you will get eventually bored, obviously. So you need to compensate it with some other taste, like maybe something salty or yeah, something like that. So every person, every people kind of, matters no matter what. And it's also up to us and up to other people actually to make their choices what or who they want to be, next, and where they want to grow to evolve, because eventually there will be some smaller communities of bigger community, and yeah, everyone will have the same their own unique vibes. Like for example, we have obviously we have some unique vibes for Maverick, we have some unique vibes for robbers, for monkeys, and yeah, for dragons, for many local, and we have some local community memes, jokes, and something like that. But also we have, like overall memes and jokes, like this 1+1 equals 3 from every, and yeah, nobody cares from rappers and something like that. Yeah, and I miss her, and on and on. And uh, this is what it's like a bricks to build a house, I think something like that. So this is why we're actually builders. And it's eventually, and I mean, it's obviously faster to build something if you have like more, let's call it, workers. Maybe I know that many people who joins different communities, Mostly like this mentality, I want to join, I don't want to kind of do anything, I just want to push the button and become rich or something like that. But the day those peoples will understand that they are also like part of the crew, part of the ship, and they're really important, and each of them really important. It's like mm, like each person is like like a worker, or a stone or a brick. Maybe comparison is a bit harsh, but my point is we're part of mm, this whole mechanism. And yeah, if you lose like one detail, maybe your car still will still ride. You can lose two maybe details, it will ride too. But if you will lose like 20 or 50, I'm not sure your car will ride somewhere. Or like you still can ride with like three wheels maybe, but with only one is mostly kind of impossible. So there are obviously will be like more some like let's say not really more important people, but more like pillars maybe. Like for example, I'm not sure you can build something without a core developer. And yeah, obviously this person like really one of the pillars. But if you have like a core developer and a solid product and everything set up, but you have no bricks, you will eventually will stay without a roof. And yeah, you won't survive any incoming blizzard or storm or whatever. So yeah, something like that. Everyone matters.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that before, like before I wanted to say that that the Aptos, I mean, the overall crypto chart is looking like it's gonna break in 1 second. Like it's gonna looking like standing on the cliff, and actually, Aptos price is tanking right now, so it's like under $11. So can buy the dip. Actually, I was buying the dip since last year, and here we are. So buying a dip wasn't a good idea for last year. Actually, the ones that were shorting are in profits. So yeah. By the way, one thing that I was happy about today was like when the Aptos price is going down. Actually, the dragons pumped, so they're keeping the value. Um, if I look on the like APT chart, it's not that great because we have been at 15 and now we're at 4. But in terms of dollar, like the chart is like I don't know, like more than 10x for sure. So it's looking great. Um, but yeah, happy to see that happening. Like I remember always when uh, Sol were going down, actually the projects that were doing something were going up. So pretty happy to see that. Just when price is going down, people are seeing a good opportunity to buy cheaper dragons. So pretty happy about that. Maybe it's because of coming poker, maybe it's because of the new games, but I'm super happy to see that. By the way, I can't wait for like poker that will be coming. We're planning to build a poker. I'm thinking of some other games that could be player to player. Uh, that actually, because like plan for this is to just put the poker and like other links on our platform and do the community events like let's say poker tournament where you can win $1,000, right, when they're all the OG projects from Aptos are in, and every people will be like all the people will be playing on our website, So while there will be like poker tournament, they will also be checking out other games. So basically, that's a kind of marketing strategy for the poker. But I know everybody loves poker, so that will bring many people to, let's say, our casino. So they're gonna play also other games because all the games are on the one page. So that's also exciting. Actually, I was in the casino lately to look for some inspirations, but all I saw was like slots. So so we're gonna have slots, but the poker is gonna be, I guess, the poker is gonna be the thing. Also stoked about the new roulette because like finally you'll be able to bet on uh, more bets, and this is something I also saw lately. When I was just in this casino, that's kind of like great thing because like you can bet on free things, right? And if you bet on free things, you will probably win one, and you feel like you're winning, but actually you're losing like two other games. So basically, I was like, just having fun. But then I realized like when I was losing all the time. So that was kind of fun, and I was like, okay, we need to have like this feature. Like it cannot be like on just one bet because like this is not a real game, right? This is not the uh, real experience. So yeah. Um, I just hope we'll have some more game projects on Aptos.
Well, but not too many, because people will come and lose their money and just leave. Yeah.
Of course, I hope not many gambling ones, right? We're planning to release this probably a fairness system, so everyone can see like the game is fair. So we don't need any audit, let's say, but like community can check if the game is actually fair. So I decided to do it because like we have almost the whole market share of gambling games. So basically, I decided to do it so we can be like 100% transparent with everyone. So I think that's a kind of great move if you want to be like number one uh, place to go if you want to like flip some APT. Yeah, I think that's something important. If you want to be like
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting, but I 100% agree, and this is what we are, speaking about earlier. This is, in my opinion, this is the part of our actual, Aptos culture. This, transparency, and if you want to, be the leader, you have to actually lead as transparent as possible and honest as possible. So if you will provide all the necessary info for about your, gambling project, you will outshine other, pretty sus gambling projects, obviously, and they will be forced to, either follow your steps and be, transparent, or just leave. And yeah, and it will be, eventually it will be a win-win anyway, because yeah, they will leave, and maybe they will change their mind, someday, but maybe not. They will, seek for some new home where they can, scam people. And we can't stop this actually, but if others will decide to, follow your steps and be more transparent, this will also bring some, healthy competition. Maybe sometimes not really healthy, but this is how actually, this is just a business, and this is how market works. But well, in the end, it will bring, some more stuff to the table. It just always, hard to begin with it. It's always not that easy to be the first one to change, some meta, if I can call it, because yeah, it's about meta as well. So yeah, there is obviously, like gambling projects meta, if I can call it like this, like casino stuff. But there is no like transparency meta, and this is also where Aptos can outshine, other chains and other communities. The more transparent, the more down to earth, the more helpful and united, the better it will be for the whole ecosystem. And will be the good example to actually follow, in my opinion.
100%, 100%. Like it reminds me what you're saying now. It reminds me when Binance did like the proof of reserves, right? And actually, whole every good market, right? Marketplace, MC, sorry, exchange, uh, was basically forced to do it. So you're 100% right. And yeah, we're planning to release that till the end of this month. So hopefully, we're gonna be first to do it. And yeah, like the thing is, like we're having this power to that we're sticking together. That's why Aptos is a bit different. I cannot imagine something like that on Solana or Cardano or any other chain that all the founders are actually, working together. Probably they have some alpha chats like we have, but I really feel like Aptos founders and people who are building it are working pretty closely. So it will be harder for those scammers and people to work here because we're gonna spot them and probably kick out from our community, right?
Yep. And yeah, actually, you mentioned some alpha groups of founders. Yeah, I can already imagine something like, it will be, some speculation topic, but I really can imagine something like, guys from Aptos Labs having some, Degen, Degen spaces like we have, and brainstorming something like that, or discussing maybe us, maybe maybe something like that, like and yeah, and thinking how to maybe joking, maybe raising some local memes, and actually I'm happy to think they have something like this, actually, because they actually look like this, they look like people who can have some Degen style spaces, or some event like the events or something like that. And yeah, it's really cool to dream about this, because I'm pretty like 99%, I'm sure this is this is real. When you look at those people, it really brings me some more trust, because they can be the simple people like us, not just suited up like all those how to say it to not offend anyone, well, I think you understand what I mean. Yeah, they just they dress simple, yeah, they act simple, yeah, they speak the same way we speak in spaces. So yeah, it's cool, especially from time to time when they join our random NFT spaces. It's also cool because I've never seen anything like that on any other chain, like just a random CEO of like of Aptos Labs joining spaces or something like that. Yeah, it's really cool, and always inspiring to yeah to even if not to bring something more to this ecosystem, at least consistently and persistently continue to bring exactly the same value you're bringing, like every day, every hour, or something like that.
Yeah, and actually those spaces are pretty important. I don't see that many of them on Aptos. Actually, we're trying. I know you're joining all of them, so you actually can tell that there's not that many of them. but like we're actually trying to do them quite often, every week. I know Spooks are also doing their spaces on Tuesday. We're doing Thursdays, but like there are not that many spaces. Like pretty sure we also need more of that. But like, what's the point of doing that if there'll be same people joining them every time, right? That's something like uh that's something true. But like when we did like AMA with DeFi projects, I invited DeFi projects from Aptos. There were a lot of more projects, new faces I saw on the audience, and actually I didn't saw that many NFT pictures. So people are there, but like NFT, it's a niche. It's not a DeFi. It's not that big as tokens projects. You can compare NFT projects to a little shop, and actually they DeFi is like big market around the corner. So that's way that's a new space, right? And it will be growing with the time. So we're just the pioneers of the space, and especially pioneers of the Aptos, right? And that's something cool. And I hope like in 2 years from now, the space will be way way more developed, and will be like like the guys on Solana, let's say, right? Everybody knows what we're talking about, right? I know, guys, you're pushing really hard into like you, Shamrock, and Dima. I saw you guys are having almost first place on in known personas on the spook list, and that's kind of funny that we have something like that, right? Uh, but this is cool, and I really appreciate you guys. Like you're spending so much time on Aptos, and you don't like. I mean, I know Dima have like project and stuff, but you're really spending a lot of time here and building the space, and like people won't forget that, right? Uh, we have been here when Aptos was $3, right? We have been here when Aptos was $14. We have been here when Aptos was $18, right? And we will be here when Aptos will be $100. So actually, to Aptos to 100x will be kind of hard, as it would need like 200 billion market cap. But like I'll be happy with 50x, right? Who wouldn't, right? So some of us are holding Aptos from $3, so that will be well a bit easier for them to do more than 50x. But yeah, let's fucking go. Maybe that's possible when the overall market like will grow. I remember when I was like uh looking on XRP like a long time ago. I mean, it was when there was bull market, so I didn't thought that XRP can go that that high, like, but it was like 5 years ago, right? Or longer now. I don't remember that actually that proper, because like I'm in the space for a long time, but I actually wasn't that much into the crypto. I was just having crypto because I was using it for some purposes a long time ago. And yeah, but I just couldn't imagine that, like when I saw like XRP was like at some point, I was like, what the heck? Like this coin was like way like down. So maybe that's possible. So Aptos can make like more than 100x in the future. So yeah, but like looking on the chart right now is it's pretty bad. But as the other projects too. So whole market is red today.
Yeah, you just need to check these BTC chart and to understand that everything just sucks right now.
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
more, something less, but yeah. If, the last week I've spent like the whole week without checking any charts, and I had so much joy when I actually understood that I wasn't checking any charts for like a week. I was just creating my pixel art stuff. I was creating those GIFs. I was spending, some time, some, different ways. Kind of surprised when somebody told me like, um, why are you not visiting our trading chat because everything is red? I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even know that everything is red because I wasn't really paying attention because I really had something more important to do. And yeah, my I don't have some, really huge crypto bags or something like that. I don't live like, some kind of rich life, something like that. But yeah, it was really good feeling uh, to take some rest from, checking those charts like 10 times a day. Really amazing feeling. This really helped me to kind of improve my my mindset, let's say like this. Yeah, if you have like some strategy, some overall plan, you will have less FOMO, less fear, less uncertainty. You just stick to your plan, and yeah. uh, the main the core thing should be like uh, like a balance maybe. So you will be happy, if let's say if we speak about like Aptos, you should be happy like either Aptos will go to like $3 again because you will be able to buy more, or you will be happy that Aptos will go like to like $50 because your bags will be really pumped. So yeah, uh, if you will be happy and if you're able to be happy like either way, this is something really cool for the overall mindset as a like trader, investor, or crypto DJ and whatever.
Yeah, definitely. If it comes to trading, in my opinion, like trading, investing, and just crypto, you need to live off the full cycle to really understand how the FOMO works, how quick market can shift, how quick the people's bullishness can like turn into bearishness, right? I really think that you need this whole like full 4 year cycle to really uh to really not get fooled later by the market, right? Like to not fall into some bear trap or anything like that. I'm pretty sure that there are many people who sold their positions at almost at the bottom, and they're penny like in orders they thought they'll buy back BTC at like 10k or like lower, but it didn't happen as so far, right? And they're panicking, and actually they should be because like they um yeah so yeah, it's those people fell for the big bear trap, right? In my opinion, I mean, so far, right, everything can like turn out anytime, but those people who are like were are in crypto like since 2 years, so basically since everything was at the top, right? There are many people who get in when crypto was at the top. They've only seen like that crypto is going down, so their mindset is like they never seen like anything then going down. So basically, they will be like they're pretty like easy to manipulate by to be like manipulated by the market, right? And yeah, but not everybody are experienced, and that's my statement, that you need full 4 years, or like full like cycle to not be actually new in the space.
Yeah, exactly. Totally agree, because we have like so many bull market kids, or how to call it, different now idea, like just yeah, bull market hamsters. And yeah, like I can say that personally, when you're facing your first bear market, even if everyone was speaking about it, like some experienced friends who were saying like, you have no idea what bear market is. Well, actually, I can agree with them. You even if you can imagine, everything you think you can imagine, you still can't imagine how it is when it is happening actually. And yeah, and the most funny thing is how long actually downtrend exists. And yeah, you can get used to it, and then when some pumps happening, you begin to think like, this is another trap, like those bear traps, like bull traps and whatever. This is why I'm saying that having your own plan or strategy or something like that is a really is a must. Because if you will just follow the moves of different people, or just jump in when you see green candles, or panic sell when you see red candles or something like that, well, you will never become, not even saying rich, you will just will be eventually losing. And not everyone just faces the fact that there is no like bad experience. Everything is experience, no matter if it's good or bad. And actually, if we still will like divide it into like good or bad, still bad experience is being memorized way better than some good experience. Because when you take some profits, you are like happy, like, yeah, I took some profit, and yeah, it like vanishes pretty fast. But when you're being liquidated for like a pretty good amount of currency, you will eventually remember this for a very long time. Like, I still remember my one of the biggest futures liquidations. I still remember the day. I still remember like everything I felt that that moment, because that day I've lost like uh, everything I had in crypto. And yeah, but also I left the spaces for a few days. I like resetted my mindset, and I decided to to begin everything like a different way. I began to thinking that if I fell so easy into those, green numbers, and yeah, I can't stop at the right time, and then I see those red candles and liquidations, maybe I need to join crypto, or maybe some other way. If I'm kind of creative person or something like that, maybe this is something what needed in crypto as well. And yeah, I kind of resurrected in those spaces, and I started my way just as a creative person. And yeah, well, this is where I am right now. I feel myself really happy, and yeah, if this will help, some people who actually had only like bad experiences. If it will motivate at least one person in this audience to maybe improve the mindset, well, then I'm do everything right, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I see some like I see some things that I didn't sell like a long time ago. Uh, for example, things like the crowd when something like you say people are panicking, like when the market is turning a little bit green, right? People are saying that okay, we have another bull market, right? We're going to the moon. But when the market is dropping for like 2%, they're like turning super bearish. So that's the thing. Like um, I would like to tell to people who are new to not to really not look on the crowd, because like people are, you don't know who's like sitting on the other side of the keyboard. Even if you're reading comments and stuff like that, you never know if those are like maybe 15 years old kids who don't know nothing about about the crypto, or just some bots who are there to bring your attention to invest in some projects. But yeah, the other thing is like listening to the influencers who who are basically like doing everything. So you click their like referral link to Bybit and like other or any other exchange, so they can have some money from your losses. So it's also important to you can use them as a tool, right? To have the information, because some of them are giving you good information, but look for those who are not telling you to to buy or like sell. Actually, nobody is like able to predict the market, and if he's saying so, he's probably lying. So that's important thing to remember, that nobody's able to tell you what's gonna happen. So there's many factors which are like depends on price, but yeah. I can see Zero there. Got Shiba. We would love to bring you in, but actually, you would need to.
Yeah, sadly we can't. We have no co-host, and we're fucking forced to speak over with
Bro, I'm feeling day on party that someone needs to play there, because there's like I know it's a break, but like I'm feeling my duty, like, and stay.
Yeah, bro, honestly, I think that, Quantum team owe us something for hosting this space for almost 3 hours now, and almost non-stop, because we had like a break for like 15 minutes only. I got some noodles, and yeah, we're here to continue like a non-stop hosters.
I'm not going down from the speaker just so you won't be like alone here. So like I'm just.
Well,
You will be literally talking to yourself, bro. Like.
Yeah, we are bound to stay, because yeah, I have kind of same situation. Bit tired, but yeah, I won't leave you alone. And also, I kind of I went to another room and just playing with my cat right now. And yeah, she's pretty happy that I'm not sitting in front of my PC, and just ignoring her. So yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Like I would love to bring someone to the speak so we can have some more topics.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, exactly. Well, we need Pontum to wake up. I am not sure who's actually behind the Pontum account. Right? There is the Alejandro or somebody else. But yeah, would be cool if they will actually notice, because yeah, we need a co-host.
yeah, exactly. It's like 10, almost 11 my time. It's like Saturday. I just bought new PS5, bro. I'm working since 2 years and I wasn't able to buy anything for like myself because I was so into work. It's like I bought new PlayStation. I'm planning to play it finally. after 2 years, but it's gonna be.
Well, tell me about this. I still don't have any console myself, like no PS4 or PS5 or whatever. Well, so yeah, but actually, I've been playing video games for like almost 25 years, and now I'm just mostly don't play video games at all. The only one I'm waiting so much, I think, is what Metapixel will bring here to Aptos, because I'm really, really curious about what it will be, what it will look like. Will there be, some huge differences from, regular Web 2 MMORPG games, or they will bring really something interesting to the table, especially their proof of play mechanics and something like that. So yeah, I'm kind of, I'm on vacation from video games right now because I'm focused. Well, you can see it every day. I'm focused on Aptos, like 100%. I just deliver, I just contribute, I just, being active here, and yeah, I can't stop because I feel like, I joined the place I really enjoy, and this is how it is supposed to be right now, and maybe some, some God's plan or something like that, or maybe just it's all about like, with the right time and the right place. But yeah, I do what I like, and I like what I do, and I'm, I'm not struggling that I'm not playing any video games because I have like, pretty good PC, and I don't worry if I will want to, play some games. I will obviously play some video games, but for now I'm just, really don't want to. But I can understand your, your happiness, your joy about, buying these, PS5. It's really cool. I'm not sure if there, already like many games to actually play there, but yeah, it's really cool, and I think you will have some good time playing it, and yeah, and enjoy it. Well, because as I said, as a gamer with almost 25 years of, gaming, hardcore gaming experience, I can totally understand you.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Also with with working, I also just were saying that I still didn't use it. I still didn't like download anything there. But yeah, I can see you also like grinding hard. You're always active, right? But the thing is like you can be active for like I don't know if you're working anywhere, but I'm like in crypto like working in crypto 100%, right? I'm not doing anything else. So if I work like 2 hours less, like I'm walking around, smoking cigarette and like looking at the wall, so I can use that 2 hours for playing. That won't affect anything. And also the thing is, I'm like working since 2 years, like pretty hard, like you, but like I'm doing something from 2 years, and actually I'm just was like kind of like relief. I don't even have any game I want to play. I just wanted to buy some shit after fucking 2 years of working and not buying anything because I was stick to my computer. I just wanted to buy myself something, and that's the thing.
Bro, totally understandable. Yeah, I understand. Actually, I'm also full-time crypto. I actually have a Web3 job, so yeah. So obviously, this is one of the key reasons. Also, I spend so much time in front of my PC because I can have my my job. Um, with me always in my phone, because it's always like a Discord or Telegram channel, something like that. And yeah, I will have it. So when I lie in my bed with a laptop or sitting in front of my PC, whatever. Yeah, so it's actually a good combo. Maybe it's not, 100% healthy, but trust me, I've been in so many situations in my life which were way less healthier than what I'm having right now, because for now I'm totally enjoying what I'm doing. So yeah, if you uh, go to touch some grass from time to time, and if you like, like I've been explaining this to my body a few days ago. I had I think every human having something like this, like also like a market cycles, uh, like being introvert or extrovert from time to time. But I've kind of found myself a balance, because I'm kind of introvert in real life, because I kind of tired of of people, because I was DJing for almost like 10 years, and I've been seeing all those people's in nightclubs or underground rave parties, like in some forests or something like that. And yeah, we got kind of tired of this in real life energy, and too much of attention, because when you're actually DJ, you always have lots of attention. And yeah, and being introvert right now for in real life, because I act like mostly with um, have relationships just like with my parents, with my girlfriend, with my cat, and some people from malls and shopping centers. But I'm totally 100% extrovert in Web3 right now. So this is kind of balance. I'm still having contact with different people, especially since English is not my native. My native actually is Russian, but I trying to practice my English like every day. I join in spaces more often to have this practice. I meet people from different parts of the world, from different time zones. I even moved my, sleep schedule more like for Web3 sleep schedule. Yeah, I don't wake up like at like 8 a.m. For my time zone. I wake up like at 8 a.m. for Americans or something like that. So for me, it is like 1 or 2 p.m. And I have nothing, it's nothing bad at all. Because at current state of my life, I feel myself like absolutely happy with what is going on, and I can give this advice maybe to some people in the audience who like having some doubts if they actually uh, live good life or live bad life. Like people always love to compare those things. uh, if you feel like like comfortable, if you feel like self happy and a little bit like balanced, it's not about good or bad, it's not about positive or negative, it's just about you and how you actually feel. So yeah, listen to yourself, and that's it. I think our spaces, drive a little bit into some mental health issues or something like that. So sorry for this, personal stand-up performance, but yeah. Just yeah.
Actually, bro, I totally got you because like I was DJing too for more than like I mean not more. Yeah, actually, I was DJing when I was 20, 12 years old. I was playing on like first like parties for the teens in like in my city, and actually I live in the capital city, so like it was kind of like main thing. And then I was doing my music. I had like my own label. But the thing with me was I was like I was just got too old to go into parties, and I couldn't like also uh you know talk to these people. But the thing is, bro, like those people are pretty specific. Like if you have like Web2 people who are like mainly doing some degen stuff, like, on weekends and stuff. That's something totally different. Like, those people who are like on the raves and like forests, like, I'm pretty sure they were like, uh not sleeping from Friday to Sunday. Then they were sleeping for like 2 days in a week. And then they were like, waking up on fucking Thursday, and they were like, okay, where I'm going for a fucking party today, right? So those are like,
100%.
sorry for my language, but actually I got a bit excited about that because like this is 100% true, and yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I was laughing so hard, sorry, because this is how the story of my life for some years. Like, yeah, you go to the party like at Thursday, and since Thursday you actually never sleep till Sunday or maybe Monday. And yeah, and then like, what the hell is going on? Seriously, what day today? What year today? And actually, and the most crucial and funny thing, you actually don't remember all those past 4 days, and so you can't really understand if you're really happy with what happened or not really happy what happened. Well, yeah, so actually, the thing is, for now, I live like totally sober life, and I wasn't forcing myself as well to kind of, quit using some drugs or quit drinking alcohol, quit smoking cigarettes. It appears so, organically, so naturally. I just, drinking tea right now, and yeah, that's it. And the most funny thing also, I have no idea, but I don't want to. I don't want, any sort of those things to have right now in my life. But the same as with the gaming, I never say never. If I will want to something, I will actually, have something what I want. But this is the moment where you can be, honest to yourself. And if you're really finding, like I will repeat this again and again, if you will find this, a spot of kind of balance deep inside yourself, this is only what really matters. So if you feel yourself cool, and you will feel yourself cool even like I still DJing from time to time in some underground events with some insane hard dance music. But I come there, and I know that there will be people who will drink alcohol or snort in speed or whatever. But I don't really care. I come there with a bottle of water, and yeah, that's it. I'm bumping my DJ set, and yeah, everyone happy, and I'm just calling this taxi and going home, and that's it. And I'm pretty, pretty happy. And yeah, I mean, no one forcing me to, join the dark side, if you know what I mean. Because if I don't want to drink, I will not drink. That's it. If I have like a strong will, and especially if I really don't want to break, what I have right now, and I'm really happy right now, why I actually will fall into this. I see no real like reason for this. So yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I know what you mean with the, um with the people and everything. And yeah, that's kind of also true, that there's one day that you just stop drink and say, okay, I'm not going anymore to those parties. Like, I don't want to see any more, like, those like party faces, like, right, all of the same people, like, all the time, right? I was actually playing in the club that was I mean, I was a resident there, so I was like, playing every week there. I mean, once a month we had the party there, and the club was basically open for. I mean, it still is 24 hours, like a day, right? It was open from Friday to Sunday, and like the lineup was like for whole 24 hours. So basically, like the best time to play, like the main time was like at 10, 10 in the morning. So basically, like in the later phases, because I was playing there for like 2 or 3 years. I was just waking up at 6 and just going to the work and just just playing there, and it was kind of like kind of funny. But yeah, but there's just the time that comes. You just you know decide to not go for more for like the rave. So definitely, definitely, definitely true.
Yeah, you know what the most funny thing I've seen some people, some new people joining, and they still see this MoveCon, title, and they join in the spaces and they listening to us, discussing some rave stuff. I can't even imagine what will those people think when from Pontem or Aptos who will actually listen these records after after we've gone finished. It will be really really funny. But yeah, going back on topic, I think it's less than 1 hour left for the actually next act of the Movecon. We're just me and Willie from Aptos Dragons. We're just trying to keep this this space alive, and we're kind of discussed every every possible non-technical topic of Aptos for past for past I don't know how many hours. So yeah, we're actually trying to keep us alive in the spaces, and so we're basically discussing like like everything right now. So sorry if you don't feel like maybe comfortable with it or something like that. I know that the final cut of these spaces will be kind of different. Of course they will not not put our chat in here into like a final recap, because if they will, I I will laugh like insane.
No, bro, it's not gonna happen. Like, yeah, but like we're kind of like left here, right? We cannot add anyone to the topic. I would love to talk crypto, but like there's just some limit of
Just the
topics,
two
right?
of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
Exactly. We're gonna make it. So
Yeah.
so yeah, I think there's like 15 minutes left to the next session. So
Yeah. What are we gonna do for the last 15 minutes?
we can play some music, like literally.
Well, actually, yeah, we can. So nobody will be kind of too much shocked or stressed. So yeah, you can drop some music, and yeah, let's chill a little bit.
Yeah, let's chill because like number of listeners is like going down anyway. So let's play some music and chill a bit.
Yeah.
I hope nobody will be mad that we're playing music
Yeah.
on Movecon, but actually that's a break, right? And we're trying to make people not leave this space. So let's listen to some music. I'm gonna play the set that was playing. If Shamrock, you want to play some your music, like go on.
I explained earlier I can't because I have noise suppression on my phone, and it doesn't allow me to to drop any music and any sounds except of voice. Actually, stupid stupid Android system here.
No worries, no worries. So I'm playing the music, and thank you for Shamrock for this talk. It was great.
Yeah, yeah. Likewise, yeah, it's mutual, bro. Seriously, appreciate it.
Let's fucking go. Exactly. And
Yeah.
everybody around probably
when Pontem will come, they will drop us from for mute. So so let's go.
girls, psychedelic boys, psychedelic girls, psychedelic music, psychedelic world, 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 psychedelic boys, psychedelic girls, psychedelic music, psychedelic world. what you feel. Why don't you tell me what you want? Ooh yeah, what you need now? What you feel? Oh yeah, won't you please tell me what you want? What you need? What you feel? Why don't you tell me what you want? Ooh yeah, what you need now? What you feel? Oh yeah, won't you please tell me?
Hey everyone, we'll be getting started in the next probably like 10 minutes. So thank you everyone for hanging on, and yeah, we'll make a quick post to let people know we'll be getting started, and see everyone soon. Thank you Aptos Dragons for playing music. Cool. So yeah, we'll be getting started right away. So thank you everyone on Twitter. Thank you everyone here. Again, really excited for this panel. Why move? I think this is part of the reason why we're here. We probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Move. And some of the people on this panel here, specifically Wolfgang, really excited to hear some perspectives. And with that, I'll pass it off to Al Noki from Econia to moderate.
Yeah. So this is Luis from Movebit, and it's such a great honor to meet so many great people here. So for Movebit, we are security company for the Move ecosystem, and we are a big fan of Move language and also Move rule. So we doing a lot of auditing combined with manual audits and also uh, formal application using Move Prover. So it's great to meet everyone here. Uh, yes. Okay. So, so should I do it again? Uh, or maybe you can do it. Walking.
Okay. Hopefully everybody can hear me now. So my name is Wolfgang. I'm leading the team at Aptos. At Vita, where Move was developed, I was the author of the Move program. When I moved to Aptos, my scope extended, fixing the bugs in Move, but also adding the features to Move, and so on and so on. And I'm happy to talk about the roadmap and other things you are interested for Move here today. Passing on to Robert.
Hi everyone, I'm Robert from OtterSec. We do a lot of smart contract auditing on Aptos, both with the core framework code, working with Wolfgang here, and also with a lot of ecosystem projects like Switchboard, Econia, and a couple other people who are in the audience. We're really excited to push the boundaries of Move security forward. So yeah, really excited to talk on this panel about why Move.
Thanks everyone for the intros. So Move is a new programming language, as you may know out there, that's tailor-made for blockchains. And this comes out of a need that's been driven by other smart contract programming languages that haven't always performed in the ways that we would like or expect. I was hoping that you could comment on the kinds of pitfalls you've seen from other blockchain programming languages and what Move does to solve those problems and how it does that and innovates.
All right. Well, when Move was developed, which was around, I think, 2018 or so, it was well known that languages like Solidity have serious problems when it comes to security. I just mentioned here the entrance or like overflow and arithmetic, which was not unchecked back at this time. So the idea of Move was to, from the very beginning, a safe language, basically built into the design. The problem of other languages like Solidity was when they was created, this problem of the large requirements for security weren't actually that clear, like they later on turned out to be when those languages were used in practice. So Move tried to learn from that. It also tries to be, by design of the virtual machine, way more accessible for formal analysis and, for example, formal verification, but also formal analysis, puzzling, every other kind of thing you can imagine can be done in Move very good because the virtual machine or the bytecode of Move represents exactly the source language, which is not the case on EVM and Solidity. And compared to Rust, which is another way of how to code blockchains, Move was also designed to be simple. Rust is a nice language. We are using Rust itself to implement Move, but it's really a system calling language, which is quite complex. Whereas Move is more like closer to JavaScript or TypeScript in the sense that it tries to be a simple language, which allows you to achieve what you want to do in a direct, easy way.
And on the audit side, how would you say that Move compares to some of the other programming languages? What kind of bugs does it get rid of? What kinds of new things does it introduce? And why are you excited about it as an auditor?
So as an auditing firm, so definitely we see that there are lots of like pitfalls that's already avoided by Move language. So, for example, like the overflow programs, it's actually, or maybe the entrance programs, they actually didn't, very hard to reproduce in Move language. So Move language by itself is a secure by design language. So a lot of problems in Solidity, they are kind of get rid of. And also, for auditor, what we more exciting about is definitely the Move prover. So traditional auditing, like it's a little bit by empiricism. So basically, auditors trying to learn from their experience and trying to identify some existing problems that's from their experience, and also trying to identify some challenge problems. But none of auditor can provide some security guarantee. Say if I audit this code, this will definitely be safe or secure. But Moveprover is provide this kind of possibility. If you have a certain property of your program you want to verify, you can definitely try to verify it with Moveprover. But to be honest, right now, Moveprover is not a silver bullet. It cannot verify everything. So, but right now, I think some properties related to some, for example, mathematical property, can be done in Moveprover. So, for example, you can try to verify in some unit swap V2 like DEX. A lot of property can be proved using current Moveprover. And also, like Wolfgang and his team is working very hard trying to improve Moveprover. And so definitely it will be much more useful in the future.
Thank you. Thank you. And then what is it like auditing Move code? How does it compare to code you've seen in the past? And what do you like with the new language?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I think one thing that I kind of want to caveat all of this discussion with is that Move is a relatively new language, so a lot of these design paradigms that we're talking about, maybe there's this new vulnerability class that we haven't really thought about, right? So it's possible that that we're missing some sort of large attack surface. But right now it seems like, at least when we audit Move code compared to code on other blockchains like Solidity, Move code tends to be a lot more secure, for the reasons mentioned before. I guess some examples of like recurring patterns in Move code that we're seeing as a vulnerability. I think one thing, like a specific example would be the type validation, right? Because I think type validation with dynamic runtime type parameters can often make it a little bit difficult to reason about exactly what is being passed. And I think we found that example as a bug in a couple of people's code bases. Yeah, I mean, overall though, Move seems like a really exciting language. Also, I guess to elaborate on the Move prover, it seems like, as MoveBit said, it can prove reasonably true properties about mathematical properties, but it fails at a lot of things, like for example loops. And anytime you try to reason about tables, it can struggle a little bit. And I think the main difficulty is really thinking about what to prove, right? if you don't verify the correct properties, even if you're proving relatively trivial properties about your state, you can end up proving the wrong thing, and your program can still get hacked. And I think that's kind of where this sort of expert analysis and where we try to come in to provide some advice onto what are the meaningful properties that you actually want to be proving.
That's an excellent transition into the Move Prover, which we mentioned a little bit. And as Wolfgang mentioned earlier, he had part of the earlier design stages in the Move Prover. So I was hoping, Wolfgang, you could tell us more about how the Move Prover got started, what is it for, what kinds of things do we expect, and what can and can it not do?
Okay. Yeah, the idea of formal verification that the Move Prover does was, as I said, very early in the design. Actually, the Liba team at Lita hired like multiple people in the industry, like David Dill or Shatz Kadir, which had a history in doing that. I personally joined this more by accident because I actually joined Lita for machine learning, not for verification, which I did like some 10 years ago in the past. But then I met these guys there and we came together and we said that's a great project, and I joined them instead of the other one at Lita. So yeah, so we basically had to first design actually a specification language. And if you look at what is formal verification, maybe I should say a little bit more about this. It's basically that you have another language which is not exactly the same but similar like the formal language, in which you can specify certain properties which the software should satisfy. Example is global invariant, where you, for example, say the sum of all coins in the system always need to be the same. So the total supply doesn't change until you burn or mint something and bring some new tokens or money in the system. That's a very important property, because if that's not old, then obviously you have a bug in your code somewhere. Right? So this is a very nice high-level abstract invariant which you like to formulate. And you can formulate this kind of thing in the Move program, and it will then figure out for you whether it's true or not. Right? So it will basically work on symbolic techniques, executing the program, which if there is a bug, or if the tool returns and says everything is okay, then you can be 100% sure that actually everything is okay. If the tool returns and says, hey, there's an error, it will give you a so-called counter example, which proves that there is something wrong. And then that counter example can be used to debug the problem. So it's, in this sense, relative practical technology. However, there's a lot of work needed to make this really useful from a developer experience, and we invested a lot of in this work. For example, this counter example I'm talking about comes out of the symbolic engine. In the original form, it's totally unreadable. You can't understand it. Right? So it's a set of formulas and what else, and like the state variables and other things. So you need to invest some time to translate that back into the actual program, so a user can understand this. This is one of the things which is relatively unique to the Move program. We invested a lot of this usability in this usability aspect. Yeah, so I think that's it. And the other thing is, like, when you do something like this, it's still an experimental technology. You have to understand that this symbolic reasoning is from a decidability aspect and key complementing. You can't actually logically always decide these problems, but there are heuristics. No? But as soon as heuristics are in play, you can imagine you need to tune them so they work for all cases and so on. We did that for nearly 2 years at Meta, tuning the system and getting it better and better until it was reliable and fast enough to actually running continuous integration. So in the Dean project, the entire Dean payment network, 10,000 lines of smart contract in Move were completely formally specified, and the verification of this specification was happening in continuous integration whenever you submit code, so you could not possibly submit some code which would not pass the form Move verification. Yeah, so that's, I think, saying.
Thank you for that. Beyond the prover, another particular example for Move that is useful in blockchain programming, especially where faults can lead to loss of value, is the notion of resources that we haven't really seen in any other programming languages for blockchains, or even in general purpose programming languages thus far. Could you comment on what resources are, why they're important for scarce assets, and how developers can use these?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. So one thing I want to come up with is when I introduce Move to a lot of my friends, I will always show the hot potato design patterns. So basically, you can have some kind of resource trying to pass into a function, and this function you cannot try to drop it. You cannot try to copy it, and you also cannot try to destroy it. Then in this case, you have to return that by a function return, right? It's actually very, very similar with flash loans in DeFi world. The great thing of Moon is with this kind of resource modeling, it's kind of a mimic of the money or maybe some resource with scarcity. And so I think I will expecting to see more creative things, maybe more creative than flash loans come up in the Moon ecosystem. So I think the resource model is definitely a very good stuff. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. And Robert, can you talk about how hot potatoes are useful in Move contracts, maybe with DeFi, for example?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like the classic example use case for a flash potato is some sort of flash loan object, right? So if you want to initiate a flash loan, you can create a hot potato object and then ensure that the hot potato object will always be destroyed after the transaction. I guess I kind of want to caveat this. I think Move gives you a lot of really expansive properties to play with, but at the same time, there can be potential vulnerabilities, right? So one example with flash loans is if you do a flash loan and the pool is left in some sort of intermediate state. I think we've found some examples where if you have like a Uniswap V2 and you do a flash loan, and then you can do like some sort of deposit into that Uniswap V2 while the pool reserves are out of balance, right? And that's an example of a vulnerability that's kind of introduced because Move gives you such expressive patterns when it comes to what you can do with these resources, right? So, Move does give you really nice tools, but at the same time, it's not really without risk, right? I would really recommend developers and protocols who are playing with these to really understand what they're actually doing before writing code that uses, for example, a hot potato object. Because I think there are some implications. I mean, on the other side, I think, Move is really nice because it has very high-level structs, and that means you don't have to worry about any sort of serialization and deserialization, which makes it, a lot safer. I think, for example, a lot of vulnerabilities on Solana are because you deserialize the wrong object, and that creates some sort of type confusion, which is, by default, spec'd out of the Move language.
Thank you for that. In addition to the prover, there's also a comprehensive unit testing functionality built into Move that makes it a lot easier to run and maintain unit tests than in other languages. Wolfgang, could you talk about unit testing in Move and why developers should be glad to use this and the kind of patterns you'd like to see?
Yeah, so unit testing is a little bit inspired how it also works on the Rust. So you can write in the module your contract to basically have some functions which have then the attribute test, and those are functions that are only available in the code optimized the way otherwise you can actually do testing. You also have some attributes like test only, so you can use some helper and other things which you need for your test, and then they're executed. And it's really just like from other code languages, it's very fast. It's really nice. You can also put the tests in another module if you prefer that. The reason why you want sometimes to have tests in the same module where the functions you are testing are defined is because some of those functions might be private and you can't actually access them from another module. And the only reason really is visibility on safety concept removed why you write that test directly to the given module. Groove also has coverage for tests. This is something which you guys probably don't know because it's not yet available, but there's just the PR which landed yesterday, or I think it didn't land it was filed yesterday, which finally makes that coverage information. It was always there. We just didn't have the time to port it over to update. With that one, you can easily check what you actually covered with your testing. So per line, is a line covered or not, you can adapt your test accordingly. What is currently missing, I want to be also talking about things which are not so good. which we want to do in the future, is a nice framework like in hardtech or so, where you can do integration testing. So integration testing is, you probably know hardtech, if you know Solidity or VPN, where you have basically larger tests over multiple transactions and you actually call into the local network. We are working on this. It's not yet available, but it will be this year. And to round up the testing infrastructure which we have.
Thank you. After looking through dozens of Move module files and different projects, what would you say are some of the most surprising things you've seen about Move? What maybe you didn't expect from the community before you started getting into Move yourself?
That's a great question. So actually, I mentioned about top level. That is one of the things I want to tell a lot more developers. So one thing, so kind of in summary, I think Move. I'm a big fan of Move language, and I call myself a Move maximalist. So basically, I think Move language is the first language that brings security to blockchain. You know, so when we recall Bitcoin, so Bitcoin it actually solved the double spending problem. So before Bitcoin, people can send money by other mobile applications, but the Bitcoin is the real problem, real like internet money that solved the double spending. So for programming smart contracts, back into the Ethereum, it's actually not a kind of, it's a account model. It's a account-based model. So basically, how much money you have is kind of keep that in a database, but it's a kind of distributed database. So it's like you're making transfer by a bank, right? It's like making this kind of account model. But in Move language, it's actually like you get money from bank, but it gives you a coin. So you can actually do it transfer without, even without global consensus. So that could be great. It's the first type blockchain smart contract program language gets the ability to program with security. I think that will bring a lot of changes. Yeah, thank you.
Robert, how would you compare the adoption and the embrace of Move with what you've seen in other blockchain programming languages, and what kinds of things have you seen from developers?
Yeah, I mean, I think Move is a bit early right now, but so far it seems really promising. I know a lot of developers are really excited to be building on Move, especially because of the primitives that it gives it. I guess one example would probably be Aconia, you guys, with like the parallelizable order book, right? Because Move gets you such fine-grained locking on objects, you can lock on an order book object itself, and you wouldn't have any conflict if you have two different order books of different coin types, right? This lets you in theory, scale transactions much higher, get much high throughput, and etc. I think, Move is a unique language in that it gives you these really nice primitives to build massively scalable applications with, and I think that's the reason why so many people, or one of the reasons why so many people are really excited about Move, in addition to all the security benefits that you get.
On the topic of parallelism, maybe Wolfgang, you can comment on this. How does Aptos embrace parallelism, and how does this couple with the design features in Move itself?
Yeah, so this is what we are doing is also called software transaction memory. It's a very technical notion, but in case someone knows it, what it basically means is we optimistically execute transactions in parallel, assuming there is no overlap between the read and write which they do to global memory. And only if we detect the conflict, then we change the order and re-execute them. And this technique sounds a little bit scary at the first thing. You kind of what you execute, you have to re-execute how often, but it works actually in practice very well. So there are multiple papers about this. It's used for early test nets and Aptos, so it just works. And it's supported by the scarcity of memory model because each of those resources is exactly identified by an access path in the global storage. The access path is basically going via the address and the type where you're accessing, and then you have like a sequence of field selections, which are very kind of the top. And these things are very defined, which allow parallel execution and then re-execute in a different order. So it's really enabled by the semantics of Move.
And are there any design principles that developers can adhere to if they want to make parallelizable programs? Are there certain ways they should design things in Move so that they can make the best use of Aptos's parallel execution engine?
Yeah, so for this question, probably more for developers. So we audit several projects that they want to building the apps that can bring millions of users to the blockchain. So I think with Move language and also like high performance blockchain like Aptos, definitely trying to deliver some the apps that can bring more users is very convenient. For example, GameFi projects and maybe social projects, they definitely could try to build on Move and Aptos. Yeah.
With so many different projects available that people want to build, whether it's NFTs or DeFi, how can Move apply in these different use cases, and what makes it most applicable in gaming or DeFi, and what kind of design patterns can help people maximize their potential as developers?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest benefit here is whenever you need an application that doesn't have a lot of write lock contention, that can massively scale in a parallel manner, I think those applications will benefit the most from Move, right? So for example, if you have a gaming project and you have a lot of different NFTs that don't really interact with each other, you can send tons of them in parallel, and this increases the throughput of the chain. I guess in terms of how developers can benefit from this most, I mean, it seems pretty intuitive from what Wolfgang designed, right? You should try to lock your objects in the most minimal manner possible, right? So for example, if you have an AMM, you should try to scope it by the coin type so the access path doesn't conflict with each other if you're trying to swap from like USDC to Aptos and USDC to Ethereum, right? By taking the minimum amount of write locks, I think it makes it more likely that when users try to execute a large number of transactions, they'll pay less in gas, they'll get faster execution time, they'll get faster finality. Whether that's on DeFi, gaming, or anything else, try to avoid large locks of global state. Although I think that probably applies to outside of blockchain as well.
And Wolfgang, you said that Move is built on Rust. Does that mean you have to know Rust in order to learn Move? Who can learn Move?
No, absolutely not. So that's actually the reason, one reason is that why Move is built, because Rust is too complicated in many cases. So but I'm concretely talking about is you have these references in Rust and also in Move. You have immutable reference, you have mutable reference. In Rust, you have this lifetime annotations, which are hard to understand. It's well known. Rust is a language which many people love, but has a very, very steep learning curve. I myself actually, I don't know, initially I used Rust and nothing worked like I thought it should work. And I hated this language in my first experiment. And then I came back and I had to use Rust, and for months or so I again hated it. But then I suddenly started to like it and then finally to love it. Now Move is designed to not have that steep learning curve you often use. Why, for example, it doesn't have lifetime modifiers and other things which are more intuitively, hopefully working, like you intend they are working without you to think too much about it. No, you absolutely don't need to know Rust. What you need to know, though, or need to learn, is to work with references. And this idea that you borrow, someone owns something, someone owns a data structure, and some other code now doing something with this data structure, get the reference pass to the data structure. That's something which people don't know if they come from JavaScript, Python, or Solidity. This is not explicit, it's implicit in those languages, references. That one you have to learn, but it's packaged in a rather simple and intuitive way, I believe. Once you're getting used to it, you see the beauty of it, because it also kind of structures your programs in a way. In this languages, you don't have this borrow semantics with references. You never know who's on what. So like you have in the background some garbage collector or some reference counting and other complicated things which try to take care of this. But you as a programmer developer, you don't reflect over the actual ownership of data structures in your program. And this is where Move helps very much, but in an easier way than us. I don't know whether you allow me. I wanted to say something about the design pattern, which Robert said. Okay, so I want to basically tell you that we may have seen, we have some two very exciting AIPs which are implemented coming out in the next version of Move, and that's of Atlas, and that's resource groups and objects. And this is a very important design pattern which we will hopefully love, because it brings back something which we lost originally when we went from the Move which we had back at Meta into the Move we have afterwards. What was lost there is that when you think about the storage organization, so without the AIP, each resource, even whatever, has only one field with one integer, so is stored in its own storage slot. But a single storage slot is very, very expensive. It costs hundreds of bytes in the backend storage system. You don't want to do that. That's why people try to package all kind of fields and information into one resource structure, which is a bad design. We fix this with resource groups, where you can basically say, okay, this couple of resources should live all in the same storage slot, which makes you now much more comfortable to design your program in a logical way instead of thinking about performance or storage cost. That's the one thing. And on top of that is the new objects, which are there for composing things. So allow you to define, for example, a token, and then there is a token with aspects of various kinds, like if it's a hero token or some other kind of token. We have some examples of something that can be composed together with some source codes into nice modular objects, really making use of the original design, how Move was originally intended to be used, to be getting that back now.
Thank you for that. So if someone is going to be getting into Move for their first time and they're not an auditor, but they've written code before and they want to learn a new language, what would you say are the best ways to start learning Move? What resources did you and your team use, and what would you advise for people trying to learn Move today?
Thank you. That's also a great question. So I think from my understanding, so Move language is the first smart contract, first language that's designed well for programming with money. So that's the experience when I, back in 2017, when I first trying to program with Solidity. It's actually very excitement. So it's, but I think Solidity is not that well designed, to be honest. So when I get to know Move, so I found it still that same excitement, but it's much better, well-programmed smart contract programming language. So if you guys want to, if for advice to studying this Move language, so basically just finding, there are a lot of materials there, some Move book, and also some repos, and try experience with some kind of samples. I think that would be a good one, and also like Potenting, there are some kind of IDEs, online IDEs that we can play with, the playground. That's also good to learn about Move language. And so for me, and also some of my friends, they told me like, from Solidity to Move language is a one-way ticket. You never want to go back. So definitely I want to, with people still working on improving the Move, and so many hardworking people, Move definitely will be much more advanced. And also starting now is a good timing. Yeah, thank you.
With a lot of different projects on blockchains, kind of like forks or maybe ripoffs of other projects, what would you say is something that is built on Move, maybe in the Aptos implementation of Move, that really exemplifies the kinds of things you can do with this new programming paradigm that maybe couldn't be done elsewhere?
I think two things off the top of my head. One would probably be, more robust Flash phone design. with the hot potato pattern, you can do a lot more creative things with flash loans. You can, for example, create a flash loan and then do all sorts of other operations in between, and then pay back the flash loan whenever you want in a programmatic way, right? On other blockchains, for example, you invoke a callback, and if there's a re-entry guard, it might be more difficult to interact with the protocol, for example. I think the second thing is probably trying to take advantage of the really parallel manner in Aptos execution, right? So making sure to minimize write locks. I think, for example, you guys have put a lot of effort, Iconia has put a lot of effort. I know Quantum has also done a lot of research into making sure that when you have these pools, when the next million users on board, they'll be able to use these with very little contention and in a fast and efficient, gas efficient way. And I think that's probably the most promising stuff. I think there's also a lot more promising innovations in the gaming space as well, but I'm not sure if any of those are public yet, so can't really speak too much on those. And then also there's like this whole suite of DeFi that's coming out, like Tsunami, which is really exciting as well, that we're working with, that hopefully we'll be able to take advantage of all the features Aptos has to offer.
Thanks for that. So looking forward beyond just the projects that are out now, Wolfgang, you mentioned some of the AIPs and the implementations that are coming out now. Beyond that, what does Move look like in 1 year, in 5 years? What is coming down the pipeline, and how would you like to see the language change as time for those that come on?
Yeah, so that's a very, very interesting question and exciting for me, because that's what I'm working on mostly, if I'm not fixing security bugs. And so we have a lot in store there, actually. This, by the way, are designs which are agreed together with this team, so we have a regular meeting. For example, if you know Move, there's no way to have like a receiver object oriented style notation, right? The core function is always like a static function. You always have to qualify the entire name. But we know that often functions are related to data structures. I'm not talking about object orientation, I'm just talking about organization of functions against along data structures. So you want to say data dot function, yeah? So like this receiver style notation. That's one thing that's coming up. And that's actually one thing this is currently working on, and we hope we will take it from there. You know already that we introduced that inline function, that is something that Aptos is. And with that lambda, so that's another big thing which we want. We want to actually, if you look at this lambda stuff, it's actually a little bit in a smart way tricky. All happens in the compiler, because the inline functions lambdas are all compiled in ways that don't appear in the virtual machine, which was the way how to do that relatively straightforwardly. But we want to have really real higher order functions to move, which are actually handled by the VM. There would be then similar, just on top of those real function pointers, you might have some interface kind of model. So eventually, you really want to bring dynamic dispatch into the language, but in a safer way than it's present in Solidity. We are thinking about how this looks like. So this is another important thing I think we want to do. And then we are listening to the community, so we have more data structures. We have, for example, discussions, people asking, they want to have signed integers, we can't have only unsigned integers. That's a difficult discussion. We may come to there, do this one. So that's basically the language. On the tool side, there's also a lot more to happen. So you know that we have, thanks to Ponton, this IntelliJ plugin, which works great. We're really happy with it, but we do not have a similar good solution on VS Code side, and VS Code is more often used than IntelliJ. So we want to invest in this one and bring that to production quality, what we have there. We're also missing a linter. I think a linter for smart contract is very important. We want to give more hints about what we should do and what we should not do. We want to have a well-working auto formatter where you don't need to think about whether you run it or not. You just run it and always does the right thing. And all those goodies are on the roadmap. I want to point out, by the way, that for those people who are working on infrastructure, we will soon come out with a list of potential projects on the Aptos Foundation side. And we're interested in, we're not necessarily to do all of this by ourselves, the Aptos Labs. We want to do it together with the community, and we would issue grants for certain of these projects. We just want to give you some ideas what the project could be, and then you can talk with us and go to our grant program.
So the Move programming language is only a couple of years old at this point, and Aptos, the first major Move blockchain, has only been live for a couple months. And already, I can at least remember groups like Pontum are working on deploying the Move VM elsewhere. I believe there's an Avalanche subnet that right now is getting configured for Move. I've heard of Cosmove as a project trying to deploy it on different Cosmos space chains, and even it looks like Move might even end up being deployed on Solana. So we're seeing already that there's in large part, there's not actually that much deployed Move code, and yet there's so much enthusiasm about it already. The different L1s and L2s are looking at implementing Move to run inside their execution environment. Where do you think Move will be in 3 years, in 5 years? Do you think it will be on every chain, on no chains? Where will we see Move?
So I think one of the very big feature of Move language is kind of chain organizing. So for some new layer ones, or maybe even some layer twos, so when get the desired choice of which program language they should support, then they will worry about that a lot, because if they use Solidity, then that means you have to comply with EVM. Then if you use supporting EVM as a new layer one, what's the difference with Ethereum? You are just here kind of make your blockchain hard to compete with Ethereum. So for Move language, it's kind of chain organic. That means every blockchain by technically it can be used Move as its program language for smart contract. So I'm looking forward to see more new blockchains like you mentioned, like Cosmos, or maybe they can run on Move. So I think that would be attract a lot of more developers into this ecosystem. So basically, the Move ecosystem will be stronger and stronger. So for Movies, we are Move native. So we are looking forward to have this kind of great features. Thank you.
So we may have a Twitter community question that our MC Alejo can potentially helps us out. But in the meantime, Robert, I was hoping that you could maybe just provide some final thoughts on Move, what you see as an auditor, what you see in the developer community, or anything else you'd like to share.
Yeah, I think we're going a bit over time, so I'll keep this short. I mean, Move is a really exciting language. We read a lot of code. Overall, Move programs seem to be safer. They tend to write less bugs. We're really excited to be working with Aptos to contribute to the development of Move, and we're really excited to be here with all these projects building on top of Move. Thanks for having us on.
Thank you. And before we close it up, I think we have a question from the Twitter community that I can summarize as follows. And maybe all of you can comment on it, or just one, we'll see. What is the difference between Aptos Move and Sui Move?
Okay. Well, let me be sure I'm correct. Okay. So the difference is actually quite fundamental when you look at the level of transactions. So the notion of a transaction is very different between Move and Aptos Move. Everything else is basically the same. Like you just think about it as a program language, there's ifs and else, while, and some data structures. It's all very similar. But Move has these objects, and the objects are centered around the transaction model, because you can only access those objects if you declare them to be a parameter of a transaction via the object ID. That's a very specific and potentially powerful way to form in a particular style. And Aptos Move is more agnostic here. So Aptos Move has a general code, similar like Solidity in a certain sense, with the source model, with the scarcity and so on. You could actually simulate, and what I talked about is ARPs with the upcoming Aptos object does exactly do that, to simulate some of the things and maybe more than what you can do in Move, but it's not part of the execution semantics. So in Move, this objects and the way how transactions are defined are essential for the way how the consensus and how the protocol works. That's not the case in Aptos Move. So I would say Sleemove is a little bit more specialized version of Move for a particular execution environment, whereas Upwork is a more general version. Yeah, definitely Sam Blackshear, which is a good friend and colleague of mine, would give you a different answer to this question. But I think that's fine. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Any other thoughts on Aptos Move? Okay. Well, then I'll just end with a thank you to all of our panel participants. You guys are representing an all-star cast from Oliver's, from Aptos Labs. And I hope that after the audience has heard everything we've had to tell about Move, that maybe in a month or two, you will also consider yourself Move Maxis. So thank you everyone for being here at Movecon today and for learning a little bit more about Move.
Thanks everyone for joining. We're going to take another break. It's going to be about 2 hours, and then we'll be back with the next session. Again, we'll keep it back. We'll keep this open. I'm going to add Shamrock here or VJ Crypto SE as co-host. So yeah, thank you everyone for helping us put this together. Truly a community event, and hope you enjoyed that last session. Wolfgang, one of the OGs in Move and Aptos. We definitely wouldn't be here without him. So thank you for them. And yeah, we'll see you. We'll be back in about 2 hours for the next session. Thank you.
You, Shamrock, you there, fam? Are you there?
Yep, I'm here. I'm trying to reach out to Zero's DMs. Maybe he wants to join as well, because it's almost 2 a.m. for me. And yeah, gladly Twitter is not rugging me as being co-host, but I'm not sure if I will can handle these for 2 more hours. So I'm trying to get some backup, maybe possible. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also, from what I see, VJ is kind of active right now as well. So yeah, I hope Twitter will not rug us, because all the previous times when I was co-host, Twitter was always rugging me.
yeah. Previously before my girlfriend was rugging me. Twitter was rugging me. Like when Ponta made me co-host, and like I couldn't speak. Like I was just occupied doing some stuff, so, and I'm quite tired right now. It's actually 1:45 a.m. right here, so I don't know how long I'll be in the space though. Great space. Shout out to Pontem, Acuna, Robert. VJ. We're all doing a great work here. I actually wanted to contribute regarding the what's the name why move earlier, but they didn't really give space to other speakers to actually talk about it. Hope my mic is not rugging. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. It's okay, so you can go on.
Yeah. Yeah. So I feel that before you can actually choose a particular programming language to build on, you need to first understand the basics, like the dynamics and the core tenets of what it stands for. So researching on Move, because I like to research what I'm working on. Researching on Move, I found out that their core tenets were safety, security, and simplicity. You get, and I feel that one of the main reasons why developers should try and consider using Move is to build their blockchain applications, their dApps, and so on. Is because of the language safety features. Move is built with a type system that ensures that all code is free from errors before it is executed, according to what I read in a journal at a particular time. And this type of things like reduces the risk of bugs or like vulnerabilities that could lead to security breaches. You get, and additionally, Move uses a resource, what was it, yeah, a resource oriented programming model, yeah, that makes it easy to reason about the state of a program and ensures that resources are used correctly. You get, and another advantage I think of using Move is its simplicity, as I said earlier on. The language is designed to be easy to learn and use, like even for developers who are new to blockchain programming. Move syntax is similar to that of other high programming languages, making it easy to read and write by even by people that are not really into tech in depth. And this means that like developers can create and deploy blockchain based applications quickly and more efficiently without the need for extensive training or experience. You get, and I think for users, building communities on Move can like provide several benefits, and I think one of the most significant advantage is the potential for improved security, because Move is a safe and secure language. Users can trust that the applications built on the language will be free from vulnerabilities, that could lead to hacks or other security issues. And additionally, well, because Move is designed specifically for blockchain applications, it is like well suited for using decentralized environments. You get, yeah, this means that communities built on Move can be like more resilient and less susceptible to censorships or controlled by centralized entities. And I think that's like a major thing to be considered when using Move, and why is good to build on. You get, and overall it's just an excellent choice for developers who wants to build blockchain based applications, with the focus on safety, security, and simplicity. And additionally, building communities on Move can like provide users with increased security and resilience in decentralized environments. No, by leveraging strengths on Move, developers and users can actually create a more robust and secure blockchain ecosystem. It gets that actually benefits everyone involved. So that was just the little comments I had. It was a bit long though. I wanted to actually contribute, but they rogged me.
Well, I wish actually I could, understand for 100% what you're saying, because I mentioned earlier I'm not really, technical guy, but like from what I understand, you're like we're saying that move is kind of more secure, more mm, how to say it in English? Sorry, I need to pick up words. Um, uh, Move is more about like security of the users, and it's like way better for the security perspective. If I understand you right.
Yo, what's good, my boys?
Finally. So what's good? It's 2 a.m. here. I
What
was
you
in this
doing,
spaces
Shamrock?
for, yeah, what?
What you doing, dude? You did this yesterday. You're still grinding.
Yeah, yeah. I'm still grinding, bro. I have no weekends. I have no holidays. I'm just, like 99.9% addicted to Aptos, and 0.9% I'm addicted to my other stuff. Yeah. So, yeah.
King, bro. King, bro.
Well, I have a good inspiration, so don't be so humble.
Yeah, I've been on spaces all day. I'm tired, but I'll hang out.
Oh, totally understandable, because yeah, actually maybe tomorrow I will have the same, because like in middle of the day I will have some work calls, and then like more Movecon will start almost right after my work calls. So yeah, I think I will be grinding like three days in a row, like like insane. But to be honest, I really enjoy, all the vibes, all the atmosphere, because, yeah, maybe I'm not a really technical, Teishi guy, but really, at least something I learned from the MoveCon about, overall blockchain and like a move language. So it still will be useful. And well, like being a speaker for since day one actually helps some Twitter algorithms. So it's a win-win for everyone. By the way, does anyone from audience want to come up and speak? Maybe maybe have something to speak about. I actually see Anthony in the
Hey
audience.
Shamrock, hey Zero, hey Pontem, Steve, how you doing, everyone?
Vijay, you finally woke up. Where you been? Chilling with the family?
Oh, I was having some good time with my family, right? And talking with Zero. So yes, I was enjoying, and I was listening to your entire conversation, bit by bit, right? So you've been sharing some alpha. I've talked about, like, you've been amazing, man. I've been watching you since day one. This MoveCon, right? You've been literally killing it, man. Right? To be honest, right? And yes, you've been doing an amazing job, Shamrock. Right? You've been an amazing host, right? And we have some bunch of amazing people over here, right? Awesome people over here. Zero with us, right? Uh, so yes, welcome everyone to this MoveCon. Uh, and yes, as Shamrock is talking about so many good things over here, and Zero with us, right? There's so many legends over here in the space. So I would love to hear from Shamrock, right? I heard from Aptos Dragon's team. I've heard from Shine, right? They've been speaking some amazing stuff. And yes, it was pleasure listening to Shamrock. Shamrock, honored to listen to you, man. And you've been doing an amazing job. I appreciate, man.
Well, thanks a lot, VJ. Actually,
Shamrock,
yeah.
Shamrock, can you bring up Snorkels? He's gonna perform for us.
You scare me, bro. What he's gonna perform? Okay. Give me a
Oh,
second.
I need to give him you know, he's been practicing. He's a good guy. We're gonna kill it.
Okay, but I will mute everyone if I will, I can't get this. We're still on Movecon even since
Let's
it's a
go,
break.
Snorkels.
Yo, what's up? Let's fucking go! How are today, family? Let's fucking go! Double cheese! Zero is a hero, is a Vito, is a Dito, is double cheese! Come on!
Let's go, fucking Snorkels.
What the hell was that?
Are you ready? Rap!
Let's go.
Let's fuck!
Okay, surprise me.
Double cheese, double cheese, double cheese, double cheese. Big shish, big thing, big pump, big jumbo. Let's fucking go. Big Dumbo, Big Jumbo. Thank you, bro. Zero is a sweep, a snorkels. LFG! Big tank, big cheese. Let's go. Hey, hey. Zero is a hero. Is a big cheese. Is a big jumbo. Is a big tank. Oh, is it hazy? Is it crazy? Is it takes me? Oh, is it fix me? Is it takes two? Oh, is it sex two? Is it call me? Is motherfucker two? Ooh. Zero is a hero, is a weirdo, is a zero, A is a biro, is Aptos, and the Matamanda Haptos is a call me, oh, is a pop me, is a Snapchat, oh, is a motherfucker, it's enemy, oh my god, is a Laura, and the Bora, and the Horo, A Randall is a handle, oh my god, is a bandel, is a Randall, oh, is a talk me, is a Johnny, is a money, is a bunny, oh, is it P money, no money, home money, big tango, big jumbo, big cheese. Let's fucking go!
Let's
Hey,
go.
double cheese, double cheese. 6 9. It's a bucky, motherfucking bucky.
Shout out to Snorkels. He got the most energy out here on Twitter.
Double cheese.
Man.
1 2 3, 3 2 1. Everybody drop bomb. Skrrt. Skrrt, bum. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, no. Okay, bro. Okay. What's the relaxing space? Hey.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for listening to
Come
Snorkels.
on!
He's the best. Let's go.
Let's fucking go! You hear me? Motherfuckers! Okay, I'm joking. I'm joking. Okay.
Love you.
And thank you for the double. Sheesh is a zero, he's a hero, he's a sweet best snorkels on video. I love you. Thank you, bro. He's a bullish
Love you,
snorkels.
bro.
Double she's a big thing, a big jumbo, big pumper. He's a Lamborghini. One that circles Lamborghini to future. Let's fucking go. Double cheese, double cheese.
Thank you. Shamrock, where you at, bro?
Double sheesh.
Well, I'm driving crazy after this.
They're speechless.
I think this
How
is the
good that
last
was.
time I'm being co-host after this.
Double sheesh, bro. We going to the moon.
Well, this guy really nailed it.
Amazing rap, Snorkels. Amazing rap. You can drop the beat, so so I dropped some bars here. Too.
There was no
Guys,
Pinhead
I want
pause.
to remind you that this is actually still Movecon, and please don't pin any self-advertising tweets here, because I could do the same like 3 hours ago, but I didn't.
Yo, that's what I wanted to say. Like there was
Delete
no
it, delete it.
post like pin it into like the conversation. I was like watching it since yesterday. Like nobody like pinned the post, and like Dabu Sheesh just dropped his video with like
Yeah,
a mask.
yeah, it's
I
kind of
was like,
respect.
bro, double triple sheesh, bro.
Triple sheesh, bro. He brought the energy that we needed. Follow
The
Snorkel.
mathematics. Follow me, everybody. Follow me, yeah. Come on,
Snorkels is
man.
a example of why we should onboard from other chains. Bring the energy to Aptos.
Bro, you're a legend.
Boom, 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 boom.
Double sheesh, you got project yourself? Snorkels?
Yes, yes, I have project snorkels.
Okay. Nice to meet Mr. Snorkel then.
Thank you, nice to meet you. Baki Epitos, unlucky Thank you, Ejdaha, dinosauric.
Snorkels, why don't you tell us a little bit about your collection? Is it a collection of rappers or how a collection of just tell us a little bit about your project so we'll get more acquainted with you.
Nerf.
Action me is easy. Very big is a unique is a lazy. Yeah, it's double sheesh, yes. Very easy, big shishi, the big jumbo, big pumper. Two VHS, one Lamborghini. One listen, of course, yes. It's a very easy, bro. Very easy and the lazy but the business. Yes, come on. Let's fucking go. It's the next sweep. Point zero, point two. Come on.
Amazing, amazing project.
Well, thank you, Snorkels. Thanks for bringing some energy. And yeah, Zero, you just killed it. So yeah, what do we actually have to maybe raise some? Maybe maybe Zero, you have some offer or something like that. Well, for me, it's more than 2 a.m. So please, yeah, give me some Zero energy.
Um, yeah, I've been hanging out with that guy all day. Um, I'm tired.
Bro, I was wondering, are you in Denver with everyone? Or are you.
No, I'm not in Denver. I'm at home. I'm in my bed right now.
Yeah, same here. I'm on the couch. I'm on the couch like a lemur. So, but I'm not in Denver too. Planning to go to New York. And
Oh, NFT NYC.
yeah. I heard everybody are going there. So
I'm gonna try to go too. I want to go there.
awesome. We're gonna grab some beer.
again. So that was actually funny. Yeah,
I'll be there too.
awesome. I was like smoking the vapes all the time. Actually, like I couldn't like I was so sticked to my like vape. I was smoking there like everywhere. This was kind of funny. By the way, is Vijay Crypto there or is he still with family?
Hey, buddy, how are you
Hey
doing?
bro, how are you?
I'm doing good. Good to see you, man.
We were like here for past 5 hours and I saw you have been here
Bro,
as
please don't remind me this. Well, actually, we had some good time, but yeah, seriously, this is some crazy experience for me because last time I had some, insane spaces marathons like half of the year ago. When I was on Ethereum, and we had like almost 3 days nonstop spaces in a row. But yeah, I'm too old for this shit right now.
Like we and Shamrock, uh, believe in one thing, anything for Aptos. So we've been doing this thing for, like believing in this theory that anything for Aptos, right? Whether it's day or night. We've been quite insomniac as well, right? Nowadays, our sleep cycle is kind of weird. But yes, it's been for Aptos, it's been for Move. So we've been doing for Aptos, we've been doing for Move. So yes, excited to see what future holds for Move and what Pontem is doing. That's an amazing job, right? We appreciate Pontem is spending so much time with all their team members, and a dedicated staff is hosting some good spaces over there in ETH, right? ETH Denver is going crazy, and then this Movecon, right? That's pretty much inspiring, like getting people from all the spaces, from NFTs, from developers and from engineers, and right, and to speak with them, to listen to them. That's been amazing. Pontem is doing an amazing job, to be very honest. I hope all the people over here, all the amazing people over here, would agree what I've been saying. You could show me thumbs up over here, right? If you agree what I've been saying. Let me see how many thumbs up I could see. Perfect. Maybe, yeah, if I can see some of the hearts. Yeah. Yeah, Shamrock. Go ahead, man. I need I need to
Well,
drink some coffee for myself.
not much I can really
I'll
say
shipping
right
I'll
now.
I'll ship it for you as well.
Well, what we will discuss next? Any ideas?
Well, I kind of have some questions, some project related questions to project founders or like personnel curating or heading particular projects. I don't know if there are project founders here or okay. I can see Aptos Dragons. I can see Skull Focus. I can see okay, just those two. So I will be having some basic questions, and I think they should be able to go around it and just answer them. Do I have the permission?
Well, if you want to ask some founders some questions, you're you're free to do so. But for now, we have like just Skullfuckers and Aptos Dragons here. So if you want to actually ask them something and they willing to answer, yeah, go ahead. It's okay.
Most definitely, they have to be willing to answer. Well, the first question is how are you collaborating with like other projects and stakeholders in Aptos to create a more vibrant and interconnected ecosystem? And what strategies are you using to achieve this?
Uh, I'll try to go first. Could you like repeat the first question as a second one, like what we are doing, like to to keep on people excited? Like, what was the first question?
Okay, the first question was, how are you collaborating with other projects and stakeholders in Aptos to create a more vibrant and interconnected ecosystem?
Oh, okay, okay. So how are we are collaborating? So going from the beginning, uh, at before the mint, we had a lot of collabs. Like basically, we collabed with every project on Solana. We had, I think, 7,000 people on whitelist, so there was a lot of people on whitelist. But actually, the most of them came like in the first week, which was like